Well, God bless North Carolina. And God bless Gaston County. What a great crowd. What a great turnout. We are 3 days away from changing this country and putting America back on track. You know, you think about it in every single election cycle. It really comes down to one question. Sometimes we know what the question is, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we have to look at all the analysis afterwards. But when we look at this election cycle, we know what America cares about. We know what the voters care about. We know what every family in North Carolina is worried about. Is America going to be strong or weak? Is North Carolina going to be strong or weak? Is Western North Carolina going to be strong or weak? You know, in this election cycle, we have a comparison. We have two candidates who both have served 4 years in the White House. One of those candidates, as our borders are, led the administration to take 94 executive actions to dismantle the most secure southern border that we've ever had. She's allowed 10, 15, 20 million illegal immigrants to come across that border. Tens of thousands of convicted murderers that she's released into our country. Tens of thousands of convicted rapists that she has allowed into our country. Hundreds of thousands of convicted felons that she's let into our country, including here in North Carolina. We've got a vice president who cast the tie-breaking vote on $2.5 trillion worth of unneeded, unnecessary, wasteful government spending. And when President Obama's own economic advisor said it's going to send prices through the roof, she did it anyway. And now every single family in North Carolina is paying 25% more for their groceries, paying 50% more for their gasoline, paying 25% more for their housing unless they want to buy a house. And now it costs twice as much to buy the same house today as it did 4 years ago. We have a vice president who on the world stage stood up Benjamin Netanyahu at a joint session in Congress so she could go to a sorority event in Texas. Who went to a conference with all the world leaders in Europe and told Putin, do not invade Ukraine. 5 days later, he invaded Ukraine. Not much of a deterrent. America is weak. And when America is weak, the world is a far more dangerous place. On the other hand, we have a former president. Nine years ago, Donald J. Trump came down the escalator and said that he was going to make America great again by restoring our southern border, rebuilding our economy, and making sure that America is strong enough to protect ourselves and our allies around the world. And for 4 years, that is exactly what he did. He built the strongest, most secure southern border that we've ever had. Illegal detentions, illegal crossings were at record lows when he left office. He built an absolutely roaring economy. We had more women in the workforce. We had lower unemployment among blacks, lowest unemployment among Hispanics ever in history. And we were recovering coming out of COVID. Inflation was less than 2% every single year, and it was 1.5% when he turned it over to Joe Biden. We have a president, when he was there, Russia was in check. China was in check. Iran was in check. And he said to the world, we will protect our interests and our allies, and we will stand up to the bullies who want to be running over our interests around the world. So I have to ask, does America want America to be strong? Does North Carolina want America to be wealthy again? Does North Carolina want America to be safe again? Yeah. Does America want America to be great again? Yeah. So does North Carolina want to re-elect Donald J. Trump as our 47th president? And are you ready to welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America to North Carolina? Now, I got one more thing to say. We are 3 days out from the most important election of our lifetimes. How many people here have already voted? That's awesome. But it's not enough. When we get out of here today, and I want you all to really, truly enjoy Donald Trump when he comes here to Gaston County. But you have got to go home and roll up your sleeves and pull out your cell phone and go to work. Every person in this crowd, I want you to commit right now that you are willing to take 1 hour. I need 5-minute conversations with 10 of your friends, your family members, your colleagues, your coworkers, and people that you go to church with. They need to understand how important this election is. They must commit to vote. How many people here are going to make that commitment right now? Then let's get ready to welcome the 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, back to North Carolina. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. That was Chairman Michael Whatley, the chairman of the RNC. He also, by the way, was the former chairman of the North Carolina GOP and did amazing things in that state as its chairman of the Republican Party. And he has done some pretty incredible things as RNC chairman as well. And I think that that President Trump had a big hand in him being in that position because he knew that he would be a bulldog when it comes to election integrity. And even now, as we are 3 days before the election, they are filing lawsuits left and right. And unlike Mark Elias, the legal weapon of the left, they are not just throwing spaghetti at the wall. They are filing winnable lawsuits with regards to election integrity, and major one that was just won in Pennsylvania regarding signature matching and envelopes. So they're working very hard, and he is in a great position in that seat, and also with Laura Trump as co-chair of the RNC. So a wonderful, wonderful team there. And what a difference. Brian Glenn, I want to bring you back in to talk about this because, you know, you and I have had a number of conversations about the RNC under the former chairwoman who shall remain unnamed. But the RNC looks completely different at this point, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. I feel like I have more confidence going into this election than I did last time. That's no doubt. We have more people on the ground, more poll watchers, more attorneys in these key swing states, or really every state. Scott Plusher's done an amazing job as well. The people that she has surrounded herself with have been very key, and I'm very optimistic on that. So I do feel more confident. And I also like the number of, well, I don't like the number. I don't want to see any. But I like the fact that we're catching these errors now before the general election rather than it being a knee-jerk reaction afterwards is what we got in 2020. And I found myself running all over the state of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, chasing all of these problems. So I'm glad that we are at least trying to spotlight some potential errors before the general election, and I think that's a good thing. And I think it's all due to credit to the leadership there at the RNC.
Yeah. All right. Let's get back into North Carolina. We've got David Zier on the ground. David, you spoke to a number of people earlier this morning, people who were there attending the rally. Control room, do we have some of those man on the street videos queued up? Okay, great. Here we go.
Hi, what's your name, ma'am?
I'm Kathy.
Hi, Kathy, with a K or a C?
K, the right way.
Where are you from?
Here in Gastonia.
Oh, wow, beautiful area. Beautiful
Local,
area.
yeah, local yokel. It's, yes, and a great day for a rally.
Last day of early voting here.
Yes, it is. And
Record turnouts.
It is phenomenal record turnouts.
Yeah.
We have actually, I think, broken all records.
Yeah, you bypassed the total for 2020 already for early voting. 51% of the states voted.
We are so jazzed about that. We can only, hope and pray that, it's going to turn our way.
I heard that the Republicans have like a 40,000 vote advantage so far in early voting. You know a lot of people who've gone out and voted early?
About everybody I know. I'm not sure there's going to be anybody left to vote on Election Day.
Why this time? Did the GOP do a better job, Michael Whatley in North Carolina, or are people just fed up?
Well, I think it's a combination of the two. Between people just kind of fed up, sick and tired of where we are right now, and the fact that Michael Whatley has led the campaign for us to, be energized and to actually get out, bring 10 friends, and do what we can in order to make this country great again.
Did you, do you know any independents or Democrats that have come over to vote for Trump, or did you get anybody to do that?
I have met a number of people because I've been working the polls, but I've met a number of people that are, they'll whisper, hey, I'm a Dem, but I'm, going this way.
Maybe, yeah, they just don't tell anybody, right?
It's, the best kept secret ever.
Do you, do you have any liberals in your family?
Oh, no.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a retired project manager, construction project manager.
Okay, great. We were just talking to a gentleman, gypsum, steel, everything's double, triple, quadruple, very tough, right?
Unbelievable, because the lead times on products for any type of electrical distribution systems or anything like that, it was
we wait 4 months for windows in New York. For a house, new construction.
Does not surprise me. Does not surprise me.
Yeah, and that's the effect, because these builders are carrying projects that are many thousands of.
All right, I'm so sorry today was here for that amazing interview that we had to pop out of, but President Trump is taking the stage.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Thank you very much. Oh, you know, this was supposed to be a small little stopover. You got 20,000 people here. This was going to be a little stopover, Tim. No, this is great. We were just going to stop over real quick, a little group of people. This is not a little group of people. Hello, North Carolina. This is going to happen. I predict, let's make a prediction. This will happen on Tuesday, I think, right? This will happen on Tuesday. I think they'll end up having many, many more people than they thought. This is going to be great, but we have to get out and vote. And we will, because I am thrilled to be back in this beautiful state. What a great state. You know, I have a little granddaughter named Carolina. You know that, right? With thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots, which is what you are. You really are. You're amazing people. It's an amazing place. You've been through a lot. Your government has not helped you too much, I can tell you. Your government, FEMA, has let you down because they wanted to spend the money on illegal migrants instead. But we'll be here on January 20th, and you'll see quick service, all right? I'd like to begin by asking a very, very simple question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? I don't think so. I don't think so. I've come today with a message of hope for all Americans. With your vote on Tuesday, I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of massive numbers of criminals that have come into our country. And I will bring back the American dream. We don't have the American dream. We had it. We had it. You know, we also had energy independence 4 years ago. This is all you need to know. Kamala broke it. She broke it. We will fix it. I will fix it. It'll be fixed very fast. And America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. This election is a choice between whether we will have 4 more years of incompetence and they're grossly incompetent, let's face it. They are the worst. That's no president. But I shouldn't say that. No, inclusion, I shouldn't say that. You ever hear her? We want to be a unified country. We want to be a unified country. She said the other day, we want to be unified. We don't want to say bad things about anybody, including our opponent. He's Hitler. He's Hitler. You ever hear it? She talks about unity, and then she calls me Hitler. Or whether we begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. And I'm asking you to be excited about the future. You're going to be excited about the future. It's such a great area, this whole area. And I'm asking you to dream big. Again, we're going to dream big, and we're going to make this America's new golden age. It's going to be the golden age. Every problem facing us can be solved, but now the fate of our nation is in your hands. We win this state, we're going to win the whole ball game, you know. And we've won it twice before, and we won it quite easily. And by the way, Michael did a fantastic job. He did so well. You know, he stopped the steal. He stopped the cheating here. They didn't stop it in some other states. But he did so well, and we did so well here. I said, Michael, how would you like to run the whole damn thing, right? And then I said, what other star do I get? And I said, maybe my biggest star of all, Lara from your backyard. Lara. I got Lara from your backyard. She's great. She's great. Good couple, too, right? That's a good team. Eric and Lara. On Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're grossly incompetent. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of here. You're fired. Get the hell out. Get out of here. We got to fix our country. I watched her this morning. She gives these press conferences that last like about 2 minutes. It's the weirdest thing. You know, I get all set. I want to watch something, right? ladies and gentlemen, the vice president, oh good. She comes onto the stage like for 2 minutes, and all she does is talk about me. She never talks about what she's going to do. Donald Trump. Did you ever see the clip where they go, Donald Trump? The last time she spoke, she mentioned my name like 28 times or something. She didn't talk about what she was going to do. And economically, she doesn't know anything. In fact, what she's proposing, well, wait a minute. You just saw, you were going to go over it in a second, the worst numbers I've ever seen. How good was that? To get those numbers 4 days before the vote was, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, you would have liked that in one of your races, wouldn't you? But no, to get those numbers, we had the worst numbers, I think, maybe like sort of ever. And they were like 4 days. And I want people to remember it because, you know, a lot of people said, well, this won't affect the election because a lot of people aren't thinking about that. Of course, these people, they'll say, look at all of them. Look at all of the fake news. They say all of that. They always say that, but I think it's unbelievable timing. If I had my choice I think it's perfect. I covered it last night. We were in Milwaukee in the biggest arena you've ever seen, same size as Madison Square Garden. It was packed hours before the event. We could have filled it up twice. And that's Wisconsin, the great state of Wisconsin. And a great Green Bay player, the great Brett Favre, you know, he endorsed me. He endorsed me, and that's a big thing in Wisconsin. He was on the Packers, as football fans know. He could rip the ball. He could throw that ball so hard, so fast. Sometimes it would hit the receiver in the face. He couldn't see the ball was coming so fast. It was a lot of embarrassment, you know. It just ripped the ball into their hands, and he was great. I shook his hand. He had the biggest hand I've ever seen. Now I know why he thought his hand was like 3 times the size of a normal hand. His fingers were like sausages. I said, they are the big. I looked at it. I said, that's the biggest hand. I mean, you know. And so he was born to do that. But you know what? He said, I've never done this before. He did a beautiful little speech, and he said, I've never done this before. I've never endorsed anybody. I'm endorsing President Trump because we want him to just do the same job he did. Really nice. Really nice. Never did it before. For these past few years, we've been fighting to take back our country, and it's been a failed and corrupt administration, a horrible administration, an administration that, you know, you like to see like a football coach. He brings something there. He brings a little esprit de corps. There's no esprit de corps. Biden, look at, and by the way, they're fighting like hell, the two of them. Biden said, you stole my presidency, and you're no better than I am. No, it's the same thing. I think the numbers I think Joe, maybe, we're going to see on Tuesday, right? But I think Joe might have done better. But Joe, the reports are, look, he hates me. We had a debate. He didn't do too well, but that's okay because, you know, you don't take an election away. He didn't do well. And his numbers went down a little bit. And you know what happened? They walked in and they said, you're not running anymore. Get out. You're out of the race. This is the president of the United States that they did this. It was a coup. I don't like the word, but it was a coup. But it was sort of worse than a coup because a coup takes a little more time. This was like Crazy Nancy and some others. They walked in. She's crazy as a bedbug. And somebody should look at her Visa stock. She sold her position. This is a woman started off with nothing. Now she's worth $200 million. Do you think she's been honest? No, she has a big position in Visa. Right? I think it's Visa, one of them, whatever, who the hell cares, but it's Visa. And, you know, she plays the market. It's not really playing when you have the information she's got. So she sold her entire position the day before it was announced that Visa's under massive investigation. Now, is the fake news going to do anything about that? I doubt it. Together we have overcome every attack, every abuse, and even 2 assassination attempts. I remember them. And now it all comes down to this. Remember, assassination, nasty, but it really is. I mean, they go after people that are meaningful. They go after people that are meaningful. They go after people that believe in making other countries pay for what they do. We're tired of being ripped off. Which consequential, I guess, is the best word. They seem to go after consequential presidents. And I didn't know it was such a dangerous profession. Being president is a very dangerous profession. Who would have thought? But if you look at race car drivers, I have a lot of race car driver friends. You know, I own a job down the road in a place called Charlotte. Have you ever heard of it? And it's been such a pleasure. But we have a lot of the race car drivers are they're members, and it's been a great place. Just I'd like to be able to come here sometime and actually play at the course. And the beautiful, I bought a whole big thing there years ago, and it worked out beautiful. It just works so beautifully. But I was talking to somebody, and they were talking about a consequential president, and then all the race car drivers, and I said, let's see, and I asked somebody, and you got to be careful when you talk about this subject. You don't like to say, what's the level of death when you drive a race car driver and you're talking to a race car driver, right? So I did a little, so it's like 1/10 of 1%. And the bulls are a little bit more, 1/10 of 1%. President, it's a lot. That percentage is like up there, high. It's probably the highest thing you can do. Nobody told me this when I was thinking about it. Nobody told me this. But I wouldn't have changed my mind, because we're going to make this country greater than it's ever been before. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had the strongest border in the history of our country. The strongest. Should I bring down my favorite chart of all time? Bring it down. Bring it down. It's my favorite chart of all time. That chart I love. See, right now I'm looking over there. Well, if I was looking over there, I'm gone. If I was looking there, I'm gone. If I'm looking there, there was only one place I could be looking, and that's exactly right there. That's the only place. If I was looking there, no good. And I was looking there, no good. Had to be here, because the lunatic was right there. And I looked over here at the chart, which was right here. I looked over, ping. Can you imagine? I love that chart, Tim. I love that chart. I love it. Even if the numbers were bad, if those numbers were terrible, if I was like in one of the lines to the right, look, it's like an Elon Musk rocket ship. That's what happened. So that was my last day in office. That was the lowest illegal immigration we've ever had. I had it fixed. It was beautiful. And that included trafficking of women. They traffic, mostly it's women, by the way. I hate to tell you that, but it's women. 325,000 children are missing. Can you believe, during their administration? Nobody talks about it. They should be talking about it. That is a human tragedy. 325. Think of what that is. That's take your biggest stadium and multiply it many times and load it up with children. That's what we're talking about. 325,000 children are missing. But look at that. That's the lowest it's been. All those people that you read about that got killed most likely wouldn't have happened. And all that guy had to do is he could have gone to the beach. All he had to do is leave my people. They were doing an incredible job. We have guys like Tom Homan, and fantastic people. And the Border Patrol guys are fantastic. They just endorsed me. They said, he's the greatest president in the history of our country. I said, does that include Abraham Lincoln and George Washington? To them, yes. But the reason they said it is because to them, there's nobody that ever did the border job like I did. And I'd call them all the time. I'd bug them. And I said to them in front of a big audience, I said, how many times, she was the border czar, right? She was in charge of the border. I said, how many times did she call? And they said never. So in almost 4 years, I looked, there were like 10 officials behind me. They all gave me this beautiful endorsement. And they've always endorsed me. They've endorsed me every year. Every year, hoping, they were hoping. But they just endorsed me. They're great people. They want this country to be so good. They hate, it's easier for them to let people go in. Just go ahead in. But they don't want people to go in. They love the country, the Border Patrol, and ICE too. ICE is incredible. But I said, how many times did she call? Sir, she never called. I said, never? None of you guys? We never received a call. She never went to the border. And it's, in my opinion, the single biggest problem we have. I mean, to me, I rate it bigger than inflation. Inflation's terrible. And you saw the horrible numbers we had. The worst numbers I've ever seen, 12,000 people. We had 12,000 jobs. Nobody has 12,000 jobs is nothing. We had 12,000 jobs. It's the worst numbers I've ever seen. I'll fix that. But when she allows 13,099 murderers, these are people that are incarcerated for murder, many of them more than one murder. They're now roaming our country. We have no idea who the hell they are. You know who knows? Our local police, our local law enforcement, and they're going to work with us because we're going to get them the hell out. They know everything about it. So we're just 3 days away from the greatest political victory in world history, but it only happens if you get out and vote, okay? You got to get out and vote. You got to do that. You know, I haven't felt this much heat on me in a long time. That sun is brutal. They'll say, what happened to you? You got really red. The next one, I'm doing another one. Can you believe I do 3 or 4 of these a day? Can you believe it? But this one I like. This one I like. You know what she does? She does like one and then takes a day off. I say, wait a minute. So we've gone now, I think it's 62, 63 days, something like that, in a row. I can't believe I've kept my voice. The big thing is you don't want to lose the voice. Because if you lose the voice, it's no good. It tends to not do well. It tends not to play well for those people in the back. But you know what? 62, 63. And you know who knows that? I call them the women of North Carolina. Where are those women? There they are. There they are. But where are the women that I know of North Carolina? I can't believe. Where are they? Huh? Oh, they're coming later. Oh, I've never seen that before. Whoa. They are the most incredible. They've been to 259 rallies. Huh? There's no way they're not here. Where are they? There. Where the hell are they? Put up your hand. You're dressed so differently today. They've underdressed today a little bit. No, but I think it's like 259 or something. They've been incredible. Oh, there they are. Okay. I'm wondering, where the hell are they? Okay, good. It's good to see you all. You're scattered. I've never seen you scattered before. I put everything on the line for you, and including my life itself. I mean, in all fairness, I don't talk about it, but I did. And I need you to do one thing. We don't want your money. I don't want any money. I don't want anything. All we want is one simple thing. Get out on Tuesday and vote. Because we can't take a chance. Too big to rig. We got to make it too big to rig. We can't let anything happen. With your help, we're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again. We're going to make it great. We're going to make America great again. Yesterday was announced that Kamala's economy added only 12,000 jobs. Nobody's ever heard of that. You know, look, you've been doing this. Even if you're not into that world too much, I am. But, you know, you see 250 jobs. We were doing badly this month, 250. It's usually like 200, 250. Sometimes you have 300, 400. 12,000 jobs. I never heard it before. I've never heard of that number before. It's automatically, you know, you have automatic growth. One of the worst jobs report of all time, they say. I mean, how good is that if you happen to be running against the people that did that, right? It's only good for one thing. Same thing with the border. The border is horrible. It's death, it's destruction, it's the ruination of our country. It's only good for one thing. If you happen to be running against the idiots that allowed this to happen, open border. It's the only thing I can think of. There's no other reason. There's no other reason it's good. We lost nearly 30,000 private sector jobs. Think of that. And the jobs created were mostly government jobs. No, that's easy. You just call up, hire 100,000 people this month, you know. We don't want that. We want private jobs. Along with nearly 50,000 manufacturing jobs were lost in a single month. I've never heard of these numbers. These are depression numbers, I hate to tell you. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Don't get scared. Don't worry, because I know what you're doing. Under Kamala's catastrophic agenda, more than 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out since just the beginning of the year. It's not, these are numbers that are crazy. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. That's really, you know, I mean, I've got your speaker. I've got a lot of big shots from North Carolina down here. They're looking like I had nothing to do with it. He said, I had nothing to do with it in October, but nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. That's 250,000. They dropped out. They gave up. They basically gave up looking for a job. We cannot take 4 more years of this calamity. You may not be able to take a couple of months more of this. This isn't just... In fact, now that I see these numbers, I think I'm not going to do this. Goodbye, everybody. I'm going to go to the beach. I didn't know I was getting... I didn't know. Joe Biden is Herbert Hoover. Turned out... I always said I'd hate like hell to be Herbert Hoover. I would. That was 1929, the Great Depression. These are Depression-type numbers. 100% of all net job gains in the past year. This is another beauty. Have gone where? Do you know where? To migrants. 100% of the job openings have gone to migrants, taking jobs from more than anybody else, and you haven't seen the numbers. And I think your speakers should ask Washington for those numbers because they're really bad. You know where they came from? African-American jobs. They've taken the African-American jobs. Migrants coming in illegally have taken African-American jobs. People that have done a great job. They've worked there for 20, 25 years in different places. And to a lesser extent, Hispanic jobs, but large numbers of African-Americans. It's going to probably be announced right after the election. They should be forced to announce it before the election because I'll tell you, they won't get one African-American vote. They're letting these people come in by the millions, and they're taking jobs of African-Americans. And you're going to see it right after the election. They'll announce it. And they did another thing. They had 818,000 jobs that were fake. They were fake jobs. They were made-up jobs. They were fraud. If I did it, they'd throw you into the penitentiary for 20 years. Crooked Joe Biden. They don't call him Crooked Joe for a reason. I mean, it's a reason they call him that. He's a crooked guy. And she knew everything about it. They created 800, and you knew this? It came out like 2 weeks ago, a week ago. They created 818,000 fake jobs. And on top of it, it was just announced that they had to readjust last month and create another 112,000 fake jobs. So they thought that they'd do the readjustment. Now, there's never been a, you know, usually it's an adjustment of like 2,000 jobs or something. So this is almost 1 million jobs that these people defrauded you on because they wanted you to, they wanted to go into the election with at least a decent picture. Wasn't great, but at least a decent picture. And we had a whistleblower that blew the whistle and told them that these were fake jobs. And so they've corrected that. And now we just had another whistleblower talking about 112,000 jobs off last month. In other words, last month where the numbers were terrible but okay, you know, not like this, they took 112,000 jobs. So that's almost 1 million jobs between the two of them. And even the $12,000, you're going to see that that's probably a fake number too. We probably went into negative numbers, which hasn't happened in generations. So I stand before you today as the only candidate who can rescue our economy. This is a really bad thing that's happened. From obliteration and restore to strength, prosperity, and greatness. And you know what I'm going to do? The first thing, I'm unlike her. They say, what are you going to do about the economy? Well, I grew up in a grass piece of land. I had a backyard that had grass on it. Remember the debate? She said, I grew up with grass on my front yard, and some grass on my back. And I'm saying, what the hell is going on? See, I have a little more aptitude for this. I'm really good at this shit. So let me just, you know what we're going to do? We're going to drill, baby, drill like you've never seen before. Right straight there. And for the people in Pennsylvania, we're going to frack, frack, frack. But we're going to drill, baby, drill. And we're going to frack in certain areas. We're going to frack like we've never fracked before. Because we have more energy than any country in the world, including Russia. We're lucky in that regard. Including Russia and Saudi Arabia. They have a lot of oil. We have more than they do. And we were energy independent 4 years ago. Think of that. And your price per gallon was, I always went around and said 187. The government corrected me. It was 184 a gallon. Can you imagine? We got it down to $1.84. And now it's like $3.50, $3.75. But, you know, a few months ago, it was much higher. You know what they did? They went back to my policies because they were getting crushed. This was going to go over $6 or $7. In California, it was $8.50. Gavin Newsom. He does a terrible job. By the way, she worked with him. You know, she worked with him and destroyed California. And that's Kamala we're talking about. She worked with him, destroyed California. When she was the DA of San Francisco, she destroyed that city. She's the one responsible for the destruction of the best city, probably the best city in our country. And we're not going to let her do that to the United States of America. We can't. If my opponent knew how to fix the economy, it would have already been fixed. So I say, why didn't she do it? Do you ever see where she stands the other day? We are going to do this and that. I just keep going, why haven't you done it? Why haven't you done it? Why haven't you done it? She's going to do it. She's been there for 4 years, almost 4 years. Why the hell haven't they done it? Now today even, she's got some kind of a scheme. Yeah, it's a scheme, but it is a scheme. That she wants to do something, and she announced today, I don't know, something, whatever. Doesn't matter. It's all a lot of bullshit. That's all it is. She announced a scheme. She's going to do something. And when I go to office, when she goes to office, do it tonight. Do it today. You don't wait. She's going to wait. I've got a plan that I'm going to do this or that. Oh, good. Well, do it now. Do it right now. You know, if it's any good. No, she's a total fake. If Kamala, and she's incompetent, which is perhaps worse. If Kamala wins, you are 3 days away from the start of a 1929-style economic depression. I believe that. You know, we have a lot of great analysts. Scott Bessent is one. He's one of the smartest guys on Wall Street. A real, you know, I call him 182, 184, double her IQ, like double, maybe triple. But they say the only reason the stock market is doing good is because they all think Trump is going to be elected. So I believe that's true. I believe it's. No, but you have a lot of them. You have this Scott is one of the hottest guys. I hardly know him. I don't know him. But he writes all the time. He thinks that they think that Trump is going to win. And every time we have a good day, you can check out the market. But it seems like the market does very nicely. If I win, you are 3 days away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, the brightest economic future that the world has ever seen. Kamala's inflation nightmare. I mean, our economy is bad because of the inflation. No matter how well it does, the inflation just ripped it to pieces. We had no inflation. I had no inflation, virtually nothing. And now they have much higher than what you see, because when you see it, they don't put some of the higher numbers in. It's like the crime reports. The FBI forgot to put a few cities in there, like the worst cities in the country. So the crime report looked like it was pretty even. I said, well, how come? I don't want to mention the cities because I'm trying to get their votes, okay? I don't want to mention, I want to get their votes, but you can imagine. But they forgot to put a few little cities in there, the big cities, actually. And then it turned out to be 45% increase in crime, a little difference. It's pretty sad when you have to rely on the FBI and they give you phony numbers too, right? Kamala's inflation nightmare has cost the typical American family $30,000 in higher prices, and now she wants to impose the largest tax hike in American history and raise your taxes by $3,000 a year. This is the only person I've ever seen that's running for office that says, we will raise your taxes. You know, all my life I've watched politicians, and they're always saying, we will cut your taxes. We are going to cut. Some of them don't even mean it, but they say it. This one says, we're going to raise your taxes. Well, I want to give, this might be the only time I ever give her credit. If that's true, at least she's being honest. Okay? Right? But I've never heard it before. But at least maybe she's being honest. But and if she is, maybe that's even worse for you now. Because she wants to raise, when you think about it, she's going to raise your taxes. I will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses. And we will. And we will have something that I think is just great. You know, she came out with it right as soon as I said it. A couple of weeks later, she came out when she's making a speech. And she said, and I will have, and she said it quickly because she knew she was going to get hammered. I will have no tax on tips. No tax on tips. She got hammered. But we will have copycat. He said copycat. We will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. All right? Which of them is the best? Okay, ready? We'll just do this quick. This is a free poll. Because, you know, I pay these guys a lot of money, these pulses, and I don't even think they send people into the field first. Let's see, it's 51-49. Now send me a check for $300,000, right? I don't think they even send people into the field. You know what that means. You know, they're supposed to have hundreds of people that go into the field. They make a lot more money when they don't even bother. They say, Trump is leading 51-49. By the way, I think we are leading. You know, we're leading in every poll. But you're going to prove on Tuesday that we're leading by a hell of a lot more than just saying. We have to do it. We have to do it. Okay, ready? No tax on tips, right? No tax, wait. We'll go no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax Social Security. Ready? Face it, number one. Which is the best of the three? No tax on tips. Well, that's not too good. Do any of you work in restaurants? And who works in a restaurant? Not too many people. You get a lot of money in this place. All right, because when I do that in Nevada, when I do that in Las Vegas, I say no tax on tips. I have to stop the speech, leave the podium for 20 minutes. It blew everything away. Okay. Again, no tax on tips. No tax on overtime. I see. All those houses you build, yeah, that's good. That's no tax on Social Security benefits. And these guys are going to say, Trump has a conflict of interest. He's giving himself a tax break. No, can you believe? Because I'm a senior, I don't feel like a senior. Wait a minute. Do the seniors here feel like seniors? I feel better. I actually feel better than I did 30, 40 years ago, I think. I actually think I'm sharper. Now, there'll be a time when that won't be, but I feel I'm sharp. You have to be sharp when you can escape these monsters back there. These horrible, horrible, dishonest people. You know, the fake news, I came up with the name. I came up with the name fake news. Unfortunately, there's a mistake with the fake news. The term is not strong enough. I need a strong. It's fake is the least of it. They are totally corrupt. To lift up American families, I will protect and expand the child tax credit we created. We created it. And I will support a tax credit for family caregivers who take care of their parent or loved one. These are great people. I'll tell you what, these people, if you didn't have caregivers, these family caregivers, we call them angel moms and angel wives, where a husband comes back from the war or something and lots of problems. And if you didn't have them, you know, our hospital system wouldn't be able to survive, literally. It would be, you'd have to make it 3 times bigger. These people have contributed so much, and they, you know, they haven't been recognized. We're going to recognize. We're going to give tax credits to people that take care of people. No, you'd have the people in the hospitals instead of at home in a bedroom with their family, with their mother or their wife or whatever, and or their husband. And they're unbelievable people. And a lot of them are, you know, a lot of them leave. A lot of them say, I can't take it. They say, I didn't sign up for this. I'm sorry, I didn't sign up for this. They say that, and they leave. And people understand that too. But these people, the people, they're angels. They're incredible angels. Our hospital system would not be able to handle it. So I think they deserve it, don't you? They don't even ask for it. You know, I don't have any big lobby or anything asking me for it. I have lobbies asking me for everything, but I have no lobby asking me for that. It's just something I feel. I've always felt it. I've seen so many of them, met so many of them, and they want to just take care of their son or their husband or their daughter. I mean, they just want to take care of these people. And you could never get that kind of a care in a hospital. As good as a hospital is, as good as the hospitals are, you could never get that kind of care. So it's a beautiful thing, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it immediately. We're going to get it done immediately to rapidly reduce inflation. Thank you, Angel Moms. I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill some. And I'm going to tell you that the best thing we can do, look, we're lucky. We have oil and gas, and we have it in abundance. I got ANWR approved in Alaska, which is the biggest, perhaps the biggest in the world. It might be as big as Saudi Arabia. It's massive. Reagan tried to do it. He couldn't get it done. Everybody tried. Everybody, well, the Democrats not so much, but everybody tried, and every Republican tried, I can tell you that. And they tried like hell, and I got it done. I got it done. And we were ready to drill and go, and this guy gets in within the first short period of time. They terminated it. This would have made so much money for our country, would have been so great for Alaska. I love Alaska. My grandfather spent a lot of time in Alaska. He was looking for gold, and then he realized, well, it's hard to find gold, and he'd see what happened to those people. That was our rough life. That was real cold stuff. So he built these little buildings, and they became little hotels for the guys looking for the gold. See, we always had a little entrepreneurial spirit, and he spent a lot of time in Alaska doing that. He was looking for gold, and he said, I can do better with building little hotels along the trail, right? And they actually have one. I think it's like a big landmark deal now. It's really great. It's tiny. It's like a few rooms, but that's the way it was. It was beautiful, but spent a lot of time. This would have been so great for Alaska. It would have been incredible for Alaska and unbelievable for our country. We would have taken care of Asia out of ANWR. And the first thing he did is terminated it. And he also terminated the Keystone pipeline. But he let Russia build Nord Stream 2, which is the biggest pipeline in the world. He let them build Nord Stream 2. Think of that. And I terminated that. I said, no, you're not building it, Russia. You're not building it. I'm sorry, Vladimir. He would ask me, he goes, don't do that. I said, I got to do it, Vladimir. It was going to supply all of Europe, Germany mostly, but all of Europe. And I terminated it. And he comes into office, and he immediately approved it. I said, what the hell is he doing that for? And then they say, Donald Trump was soft on Russia. No, that was the biggest project in Russian history, and I terminated it, and they never got it finished. And then this guy comes in, and he lets it go. I tell you, he's the exact opposite. Think of it, the exact opposite. His foreign policy is the absolute worst. Every single foreign policy move he's made, look at Israel. Don't do anything, don't do anything. And at least now they're in a position where there's some defense, where they can defend themselves from what might happen. You know, we're very close, I'll tell you what, we're very close to going into a thing called World War III. And we have people that do not have the mentality to even think about keeping us out. They have no idea. Again, should have never happened, Russia going into Ukraine. Afghanistan would have never happened, never. Getting out was right. I was going to get out, but with dignity and strength, and keep Bagram, which is the big air base. They gave up Bagram. It was 1 hour away from where China makes its missiles, nuclear missiles, 1 hour. That's why I would have kept it, not for Afghanistan. 1 hour away, think of it. And he left Bagram, and you know who occupies it now? China occupies it. China, he gave this multi-billion dollars, and this is from many years ago it was built, got the biggest runways in the world, can handle anything. The biggest runways, most powerful, deep, thick concrete runways. To build them today would cost billions, tens of billions of dollars. He gave it up like you give up nothing. I'd never seen. always keep Bagram, and now China occupies Bagram, 1 hour away from where they make their nuclear weapons. It's so sad. What's happened in this 4 years is so sad. And she's now running for president. She shouldn't even be allowed to run for president. I'll cut your energy prices in half within 12 months because we're going to get it going. And to bring jobs back, millions and millions of jobs, will give our companies the lowest taxes, the lowest energy costs, the lowest regulatory burdens, and free access to the best and biggest market on the planet, but only for those who make their product right here in the USA and hire American workers for the job. We're going to bring your furniture guys back. You know, I love this state. You know when I got to know your state? When I was in this hotel phase of my life, I did great. I loved those hotels. And I'd come to North Carolina because you had the greatest craftsmen, the greatest, right? And they're mostly gone. Where are they? Oh, they're in China. Not them. They didn't even take them. They end up getting jobs where they don't want to do that. They were the most incredible. I said, could you do something with the arm of that chair? Yes, sir. Ding, 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 ding. They were like artists. I said, boy, that's beautiful. Could you do that? Yeah, we can do that. But we can do something better. Watch. I said, man. And I'm telling you, you had the greatest craftsmen in the world for furniture. And that business has been obliterated by stupid politicians. They're going to all come back. You watch. They're going to all, because we are now going to protect them. We're going to protect them with, as I said, the most beautiful word in the dictionary, tariffs. And if these companies don't make their products here, then they will pay a very stiff tariff when they send their products or bring their products into the United States for the privilege of competing with our companies and our workers. Our companies are going to be protected. I will never apologize for defending America. I will protect our workers. I will protect our jobs. I will protect our borders. I will protect our family. I will protect our women. I'm going to protect our women. I got into so much trouble. You saw that. I said, we will protect, because I keep hearing, I think the women love me. I do, because they know, you know what? If they don't have me, they got millions of people pouring through and coming up to the suburbs. They say the suburban women. Well, the suburbs are under attack right now. When you're home in your house alone and you have this monster that got out of prison, he's got, 6 charges of murdering 6 different people, I think you'd rather have Trump. But here's what I did. And I had a group, very controversial. What I do is very controversial. I don't care. I do the right thing. I want to protect women, but I want to protect our men. I want to protect our children. I want to protect everybody. So I took a little poll. And these horrible people back there said, well, Trump is soft with women. I don't believe I'm soft with. They say Trump is soft. He's very good with men. I don't know. Thank you, men. Thank you, men. No, I'm through the roof with men. She ain't catching us, men, let me tell you. No, I'm great with men, but I'm sort of like soft with the women stuff. And I say, she goes, yeah, it's true, you are. I don't, who said that? She said, I love good. She's made it up. She goes, yeah, you are, but we love you. So I believe that women have to be protected. Men have to be, children, everybody. But women have to be protected when they're at home in suburbia. So when I did it, I said it, I came off stage and my genius is back. Sir, that may be a little bit of a rough statement. What? That you're going to protect women? Tell me why it's a rough statement. They said, well, it's a little self-serving. I mean, they'll say, who do you think you are? I said, yeah, I'm president. I want to protect the women of our country. So I came back out. I said, could I do a poll, please? I love these polls because they're free, I don't have these polls. It's $250,000 to interview 12 people, right? So what happens, I came out and I said, is there any, a crowd like this is a big crowd. I said, is there any woman that would be offended by the fact that I said, I am going to protect you as your president? No hands. So I had like 20,000 people. I didn't have one hand. I didn't have one hand, not one hand. Well, there was one woman that did say it. This woman's very smart. She said, was that Pelosi? Who the hell is that? You are a smart one. Wow. No, well, somebody else just said it was a woman who transitioned, you know. But I didn't say it. I didn't say it. I know. You have to be very careful, everything you say. You know, like there's some women that are very beautiful in the audience. I would never say that, because if I said like that, her, we got a lot of her. If I said they were beautiful, that's the end of my political career. You're not allowed to say a woman is beautiful. You're not allowed to say, hello, you're a beautiful woman. You're a beautiful, very beautiful woman. If you do that, that's the end of your political career. But I've never had, you know, I mean, women sort of like it, but you can't do it because we have to remain a politician for 4 more years to straighten out this mess that these stupid people have given us. No, they want you to be very politically correct. And, well, they picked her because they wanted to be politically correct. She was the least qualified person. You had 12 other people, and she was number 13. In every poll, if he got out, but it should have been his decision. You know, he goes through and he gets these 14 million votes. It should have been his position. I don't know how you can just take it away. They really, think of it. This is a famous moment in our country's history. They went in and they said, you're out, to the President of the United States. They said, we're taking your presidency away. He said, no, you're not. He said, yes, we are. And by the next day, he said, yes, you are. They said something. But they went in and they took his presidency away from him like taking candy from a baby. It's really wrong when you think about it. I mean, what's the purpose of the primaries? And it was very shortly after he got the nomination, you know, not talking about a long period of time. And they should have done it. Or if they were going to do that, they should have held another primary and let 20 people run. And if she could run too. But they just had it because they wanted to be politically correct, right? And it's a very bad thing for our country, although I happen to probably think of all of the people, she would be my first choice to run against. So I shouldn't be complaining. But I do complain because, you know, as they say, they're a threat to democracy. You know, they say that about me. They always say, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. He has promised to go after his political opponent and put them in jail. He's terrible. He's promised to put them in jail. That's what they're doing to me. Okay? That's what they're doing to me. Right? Did you hear these people? This stupid woman, she's saying, he has said that he's going to put people in jail. And he's going to go after this one and that one. I won't mention their names. But he's going to go after them, put them in jail. And I said, how stupid. That's exactly, I had like 20 calls. She's talking about this. That's what they're trying to do to you. They're trying. But we're going to be very successful. You know, we won the big case in Florida, right? We won a lot of them. They're scammers. As we rescue our economy, I will also restore our borders. Again, I believe the borders are the single biggest problem that this country's had in 100 years because they're disturbing our country. They're really disturbing. What they've done to our country is not even thinkable. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon our people. There's never been anything like this. Again, murderers, drug dealers, gang members, people from mental institutions, the worst people, criminals of all kind. Venezuelan crime is down 72%. Our crime is through the roof. Tell David Muir he's a real stiff. What a dope. Tell David Muir that he was wrong when he said, well, American crime is down. Because I said crime is up, it's through the roof. I turned out to be right the following day. Tell David Muir our crime is through the roof, and the migrants are causing a lot of it. But she's violated her oath of office. She's eradicated our sovereign border and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, from insane asylums, and mental institutions. You know, when I say insane asylums and then I say Dr. Hannibal Lecter, does anybody know? They go crazy. They say, oh, he brings up these names out of, well, that's genius, right? Dr. Hannibal Lecter. There's nobody worse than him. Silence of the Lambs. Who the hell else would even remember that? I have a great memory. But they always hit me. I don't bring it up too much because I have to take such a... He brought up Hannibal Lecter. What does that have to do with this? What is it? It has everything to do with it, right? That's who we're allowing into our country. And we don't want to allow that into our country. So I've done something for you that I haven't done in 20 speeches. I brought up Dr. Hannibal Lecter, and we're allowing him in our country. You watch, these fake people will say, again, he brought up Hannibal Lecter. It has absolutely nothing to do. You know, I do the weave, right? The weave, it's genius. You bring up Hannibal Lecter, you mention insane asylum, Hannibal Lecter, you go out. Now, there'll be a time in life where the weave won't finish properly at the bottom. And then we can talk. But right now, it's pure genius. Hey, I have an uncle, my uncle, Uncle John, my father's brother. 41 years at MIT, longest serving professor, so many degrees, he didn't know what the hell to do with them all in the most complicated. I understand a lot of this stuff, you know, I believe in that. Like, I mean, Jack Nicklaus is not going to produce a bad golfer, right? You know, that's the way it works. It's just one of those things, and it's in the family, and it's whatever, but we have to save this country. We better save this country. And the biggest problem we have, one of the biggest problems is them, because if we had an honest and honorable press, my job would be so much easier. It'd be so much easier. They have forced so many good people out of politics. That's a shame. So many great people have been forced because of them. They're bad people, but they're going to get better. They've lost a lot of credibility. You know, when I first started, they had a 92% or a 93% approval rating. Now they have lower than Congress. The fake news has a lower rating than Congress. How do you get lower than that? But these criminals come from Venezuela, from the Congo, stealing countless American lives. People are coming from countries you've never heard of. 181 countries this year so far are represented. Many of these countries you've never heard of. Today, I want you to hear directly from an incredible mother who I met a week ago, whose world has been totally shattered by Kamala Harris's open border. How stupid it is, her open border. Please watch.
Sunday night, I asked her to not stay up super late because of her coming to work with me in the morning first to do her summer school. She said, okay. I told her good night and I love you. I went to bed, not realizing that that was going to be the last time I saw her.
We're best friends.
Yeah. We're going to shake it again.
I woke up to notice she wasn't in her bed. I'm in my heart trying not to lose my mind because I don't know where she is. I finally remembered her phone had a location on, and her phone was pinging just 2 minutes down the road, right behind the skate park. I start driving to the direction the phone was being pinged at, and I see a couple cops, and immediately my heart drops and sinks to the bottom of my stomach. My daughter's hands and ankles were both bound. She was strangled to death, left with no pants. And I know in my heart she fought incredibly hard. She was not going down without a fight.
We begin with two men we're learning are charged with capital murder tonight, accused of killing a 12-year-old girl.
Police say these men strangled her before dumping her into that creek. Both men were in the country illegally.
Apprehended, then released by Border Patrol less than 3 weeks before Jocelyn's death. The men accused of killing Jocelyn Nungare are affiliated with the gang known for brutal violence.
Kamala Harris was in charge of immigration in our borders. If we had better border policies and not open borders and not these catch and release policies, I truly believe this all could have been prevented. Under her being vice president of this country, my daughter's life was ripped away from her. She had her entire life ahead of her.
Happy birthday, dear Jocelyn.
My daughter is 6 feet in the ground based off of policies that she allowed to keep. Kamala Harris did have one job, and she not only failed, not me, she failed my daughter. She failed Jocelyn. You know, she was only 12. President Trump reached out, gave me his sincerest condolences as not a former president, but just as a father, someone who cares. I believe Donald Trump needs to be back in office. I can at least know that my next child will be safe in this country.
Thank you very much. I mean, how sad is that? A couple of days old, shot a couple. Everybody that's seen it. I mean, I saw very strong people. I saw some very strong he-men, very tough guys crying like hell when they read it and saw it. But you have many, many cases like that. And then you have other forms of murder, too, with guns and being run over with cars and trucks. Many, many forms of crime are being committed by very dangerous people that have been allowed to come in. Don't forget, these countries are very smart. I know almost all of the heads are very smart. They're very streetwise. They want to get their prisoners out. They don't want to take care of them. It's expensive, so expensive. They want to get the criminals off the street. They have no place to put them. But now, with the open border, as soon as it happens, I told you at meetings in North Carolina, I said, if they do open border, every country from all over the world, they're going to be dropping their prisoners into this country, and they're criminals in the street. That's why the crimes are down all over the world. They're down. Think of it. They come from far away. The Congo has a rough prison system, a system that makes ours look like it's Trump International Hotel. No, it's a rough system, and they're taking them out of that system. Think of the money they save, not having to take care of somebody for 50 years or whatever it may be. And all of the countries are covered, and all of the continents are covered. 180 or 181 countries. Can you imagine that? And then you see something like what happened with Jocelyn, or what happened with Lake and Riley, what happened with so many others. Far too many to even discuss. But this was a woman I met when I got the endorsement from Border Patrol. That's when I met her. She was such a nice woman. I said, so what happened to my daughter? And I guess they came and took her out of her room or something. It's not even believable. So when you vote on Tuesday, vote in honor of Jocelyn and Lake and Riley and Rachel Morin and every American who's been stolen from us. Maybe you vote in honor of the 325,000 missing children. Think of that. Who would even believe it could be like that? 325. And they're responsible, just like they pulled the trigger of a gun, they're responsible for that. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. In Ohio, a small town of 3,000 people has just been besieged. So you have 3,000 people, and it's just been besieged by an influx of 3,000 illegal aliens from a country 6,000 miles away that doesn't speak the language and that nobody ever heard of. And the town is like, what do we do? And you know, Springfield, also in Ohio, Springfield has 50,000 people, and they dropped 30,000 people into Springfield, Ohio. Now, the hospitals are a disaster. The schools are a disaster. And on top of everything else, it's a very troubled country that they come from. Tough country, tough. And But on top of everything, they don't speak the language. And the mayor's a nice man, and he wants to go and help, and he doesn't know what to do. And all he's doing is looking for interpreters. Think of it. No, you have to move them out. You have to move them out. You can't do this to our country. And this is happening all over the country, all over our country. Actually, and to a certain extent, the world. But the world doesn't let people come in like we do. We let people just come in. We're run by very stupid people. They're low IQ people, very low IQ. She is. If Kamala is reelected, every town in America will be turned into a squalid, dangerous refugee camp. That's what's happening. The United States is now an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. On November 5th, 2024, this will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. These towns have been invaded and conquered, no different than a military invasion, except they don't wear uniforms. That's probably the only difference. And I would say they're probably much more violent, much more vicious. And we will put these bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country. We have to do that. And to expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network that's operating on American soil. Think of how far back we have to go, 1798. Who would think that? Because they ran it tough then, but sometimes you have to run it tough. And if they come back into our country, which they want to try and do, and which they'll probably be successful in doing, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or law enforcement officer. Have no choice. And I will immediately ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. Sanctuary for criminals. Despite all of the damage that Kamala has caused, she spent the final week of her campaign comparing her political opponents to the evil, the most evil people, mass murderers, all of us. Then Joe Biden called, and he said that we're garbage. We're all garbage, remember? Remember Hillary deplorable, right? I actually said they're deplorable and irredeemable. And I said, oh, she made a terrible mistake. That word irredeemable to me was worse. Actually, it was worse than deplorable. But that one didn't get picked up, Tim. That one didn't get picked up. It was deplorable. It was deplorable that got picked up. And how did that work out for Hillary? Not too good. But garbage is a hell of a lot worse, I think, than deplorable, right? Garbage. We're garbage. My response to Joe and Kamala is very simple. You can't lead America if you don't love Americans. Very easy. And you can't be president if you hate the American people. And they have to be hating us. Everything Kamala says is a lie. Her entire campaign is one hoax and slander after another. But the only way to stop the lies is to swamp them with your votes. You got to do that on Tuesday. Kamala has no vision, no ideas, and no solution. All she ever talks about is Donald Trump.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I will speak about Donald Trump. 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 Trump.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are some people who thrive under pressure, and there are some people that crack, and you got to see her. She's not looking good. I watched her news conference. It was bad. If Kamala can't handle an interview with Joe Rogan, then she can't handle the presidency, and she certainly can't handle Putin and President Xi of China. She will get overwhelmed, a meltdown, and millions of people will die, perhaps. And this is not a charity event. This is an election for the biggest and toughest job anywhere in the world. This is the toughest job in the world, they say. I think probably is. Do you want to lose your life savings because we put a weak and foolish woman in the White House? No. Do you want to lose your job and maybe your house and your pension because Kamala has the economic understanding of a child? That's what it is. If you would have heard her speaking a couple of days ago, she had no idea what she was, like I tell you, these things we're doing. She has no idea what the hell she's talking about. Would you trust Kamala Harris to talk to Russia or China and talk them out of a war? Think she'll talk them out of a war? I don't. She'll talk them into a war. By the way, you know, she went and dealt with the Russian situation with Ukraine, and she was solely responsible. She went in, they put her there 3 days before Putin invaded. She was nearby someplace. She had big meetings with Russia. They invaded 3 days after the meeting, and that's fact, all fact. I give you only fact because I have all these people. If it's anything less than fact, for instance, I tell them, I look at them in the eye, and I say that this is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. There has never been anything close. There has never been anything close. I tell the story about Pat Buchanan. A lot of you know Pat Buchanan. He's a great old-timer, a good guy, too. But he came in second in the New Hampshire primary, right? And it was such a big event that he had a whole, 50-year career, a great career, as a pundit. He was on television because he came in second in one primary in New Hampshire. We won 50 primaries, and then we went on to win the election, and then we did even better the second time. But we're going to do much better the third time, because the first time and the second time, there were nothing like. Look at this. This is supposed to be a quick little stopover. Let me pay my respects to this nice part of North Carolina, and you got 20,000 people. No, this is the greatest political movement, and let me give you a little information. If we win on Tuesday night, and I do hope they're going to call it on Tuesday night. You know, you spend all that money on machines. For 8% of the cost, you could have paper ballots and have real security and one-day voting, voter ID, identification of the country. In other words, it would be okay. We'd like to have, identification that you're a citizen of the United States of America. But voter ID, how about Gavin Newsom? Did you see what he did? They passed a bill in California where you are not allowed to even ask anyone. Not only don't you have to have voter ID, if you work for the state, if you work for anybody, no matter who you are not allowed to even ask anybody for voter ID. I don't think we'll pass that in North Carolina. No? Fellas, no? I don't think that you guys are going to pay. We got a lot of the big shots from North. I have a feeling that won't be before your legislature too soon, right? No, but think of that. May I see your voter ID, please? Arrest him! The only reason they do that is because they want to cheat. You know, there's no other reason. They want to cheat, and they do cheat. They cheat like hell. That's why we say too big to rig. Nothing is more dangerous than to give immense power to a very weak, incompetent, and low IQ person like Kamala. She's a low IQ person. She can't. I'm not allowed to say that. Yeah. A lot of wisecracks from the peanut gallery over here, Mr. Chairman. A lot of wise guys. You ought to figure these guys out. They could be good speechwriters, actually. At the end of the day, you need to ask yourself, can you afford to put someone this incompetent in charge of our country's future? And on top of it all, Kamala say she would not do one thing differently. I would not do one thing differently. From Joe Biden. Now think of this. That means she's disqualified from running for president. Take a look.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers. Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
2 men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition. US inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
Authorities saying Train Day Aragua, which has been linked with more than 100 criminal investigations here in the U.S., has now been found operating its criminal enterprise in apartment complexes.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
So if you want to end this disaster, you have to get out and vote. So important. Get everybody, get friends, get your friends, drag them in. You have some people there. They're couch potatoes, get them off the couch. We're pleased to be joined today by Congressman Dan Bishop, a great guy. Thank you, Dan. Good. Good luck. How's the race going? Good? Mr. AG, right? That's good. He's running for Attorney General. He has my complete and total endorsement, by the way. He's been a great congressman. I was there at the beginning, right? That first day, that was an interesting one, but you've been a great congressman. Now he's running for Attorney General. And I think he'll go pretty much the opposite of what we're talking about here, right? Some of these stupid policies. A great gentleman, a friend of mine. He's been your speaker, and he is really a good speaker. And he's sitting here marking down all the stuff that he's watching. And he says, we're going to do just the opposite. We will do the opposite of no asking for, right? We don't. Can you imagine a thing like that? If you ask for voter ID, they criminally punish you. So I think Tim Moore, North Carolina Speaker, I think he's going to. I have a feeling he's got a lot of good notes. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Tim, very much. Appreciate it. Congressional candidate Pat Harrigan, who's doing very well. Ooh, he's a handsome dude. Is that good? This guy's central casting. Dan, we need a couple of guys that look like that, right? Good. Good luck. I heard you're doing really well. Good. Great job. Secretary of State candidate Chad Brown. Thank you, Chad. Good luck. The RNC chairman, who you know very well. So, I mean, I'm not going to say he has done a great job, but if we don't win, then I'm going to call him up and say, you did a shitty job. But I think we're going to win. RNC chairman Michael Whatley. He's great. Great guy, too. I want to thank Laura also, Laura Trump. She's incredible. You know where she is? In another part of the state campaign. She says, Dad, listen, I got a campaign. She'd love to hear it, but she's heard it before. And she said, I just want a campaign. But she loves your state, and she's great. And we couldn't do better. And the partnership of these two people has been amazing. North Carolina GOP Chair Jason Simmons. And what a job. Are we doing good? Are we doing good? Good. Feel good about Tuesday, right? That's good, Jason. We have a lot of respect, a lot of confidence, too. Somebody that's been a friend of mine for a long time, an incredible attorney general for a long time, believe it or not. You look at her, she looks so young, but she's been in Florida, and she was tough and smart, but she was also very fair. Pam Bondi, thank you very much. Thank you, Pam. What a good job she does. She's very deceptive. You look and you say, I wonder, is she tough? Oh, she's tough. She's scary tough, but she's fair, right? Thank you very much. Beautiful job. And one of the great developers of our country, he's a friend of mine, he was very generous with North Carolina. You know, we were the first ones down here. And I couldn't take my plane because it was a little large for the runway. And he will always be there with his plane. And we flew down, and he's a very successful guy. He wrote a big, fat, beautiful check. We gave it to Franklin. How good is Franklin Graham? We gave it to Franklin Graham. And his name is Steve Witkoff, wherever he may be. Steve, one of the most successful businessmen in the country. And thank you. Very generous guy, too. He's always... he was very generous in Butler, and whenever he sees something, he says, that's okay, that's what I do it for. I think that's why he becomes successful. He loves doing it. Thank you very much, Steve. We appreciate it. And we raised about $7 million for your fund, and we put a lot of it into Franklin. We gave it to some of the best people that do this, and they've... I'm very honored to have done it, and I'll tell you what, they're doing an incredible job. The problem is you're not getting any help from the federal government at all, and you can do something about that on Tuesday. You just remember, because they say, and I think they mean this 100%, it's the worst job since Katrina, and it may be worse than Katrina. And in all fairness, as I said before, they don't have a lot of money because they've spent the money on things that I don't think they're supposed to be spending the money on. So I just want to let you know, but you have some incredible people working on it, and been amazing. And when I was there, I couldn't believe it, what I saw. Houses just ripped out of the foundations. The foundations were ripped out. I never saw anything like it. It looked like a tornado, but much wider. You know, tornado goes like a knife, right? I've seen it where it goes right through the forest. I went to so many different tragedies. If you're in the way of those suckers, it's over. And I've seen where tornadoes go straight, and they may only be 15 or 20 yards wide, but if you're in that path, it is over no matter what. Big trucks, 18-wheelers, turned upside down and found 100 yards down the road. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. And sort of this was a combination. This was water, tremendous water. We've never seen water like that. And the destruction was unbelievable, but it was very wide. It was almost the entire, I mean, it went to the tip of Florida. That didn't get hit the same way, but you people got hit the hardest probably, and we're going to really help you a lot. In just a couple of months, we're going to really help you out a lot, okay? Thank you. I also want to send our prayers to everyone here in North Carolina who's receiving and recovering from Hurricane Helene. That was a brutal thing. Just yesterday, it was reported that under Kamala, almost 50% of phone calls to FEMA for the disaster aid were unanswered. Nobody's answering the calls. They're not there. I'll tell you what, I've been there. I haven't seen one federal official. I haven't seen one FEMA person. And I'd asked the people that were devastated, and I'll tell you the most incredible thing. So I didn't want to say it. You always think it, but you don't want to say it. I said, wow, this is going to be devastating for the election, right? But then I said, but I don't care about that right now. I care about helping the people, which I mean. But here's the most amazing stat, and Michael would tell you, I thought if we got 50% of the vote from North Carolina, it would be great. If we got, which is bad for me because this was largely like a Trump-type area, people that have our values, our policies, et cetera, et cetera. This was really, and I would have been happy with 40 or 50%. Nobody had any idea. Then it starts, as you know, the early voting. And up till today, it's just about over with the early voting, you broke the all-time record for voting. Can you believe it? Right? Now, who would have thought that? I mean, you have people with no houses. You have people, I mean, many people died. People don't, they were missing. Missing is bad, real bad in the case like this with his water like that. But they were missing. Some will never be found. But who would think that you broke the all-time record? That means you people are incredible. The heart, it's incredible. When I heard that, I said, I don't believe it, I don't believe it, but it is an amazing place. I will get you the help that you deserve, but here are the facts on Kamala. She's a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than crazy Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. Do you know Pocahontas? She destroyed our economy. She was an original creator of defund the police movement, and anybody who wants to defund the police for even 1 week is not worthy of being the President of the United States of America. Kamala vowed to abolish ICE. She pledged to confiscate your guns. Would anybody like to give Kamala their gun? Please raise your hand. We'll pick it up immediately. So crazy. And endorsed a total ban on, yet a ban on handgun ownership that you've never seen anything like it. And by the way, her crime rates were through the roof. Do you know that Chicago has the strongest gun laws by far in the United States? And look what's happening in Chicago. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention at taxpayer expense. And perhaps most importantly of all, she lied about working at McDonald's. She never worked at McDonald's. She never worked at McDonald's. So in conclusion, with your vote this November, we are going to fire Kamala and we are going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America and back to North Carolina. And we're going to bring those furniture guys back. Some of them are a little older now. Tell them to get ready. They're going to have some good years left. We will build American. We will buy American. We will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III. We're very close to World War III. Very, very close. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. We will build a missile defense shield, the biggest one anywhere. We're going to build it over our entire country, and a lot of it's going to be made right here in North Carolina. Made in the USA. Going to be made in the USA. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. And we will put in a bill that if you burn our flag or destroy our flag in any way, it's 1 year in prison. Right? They say it's not constitutional. We're going to have to check that, Tim. They say it's not constitutional. I just think it's crazy. But we are going to do it. We're going to try and get that done. But they do say that, and I don't know whose definition that is, but I think I do. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty. I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, your Second Amendment, which is understood. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and the American dream. We're going to bring back the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda with a landslide that is just too big to rig. So you have to get out. You have to get out and vote. I'll tell you what. A couple of days, Tuesday, you got to just wake up, and no matter what the hell you're doing, there's nothing that you can do more important. You want to take care of your house. This is more important. You won't own your house anymore. You gotta get out. You gotta vote, because our country is being destroyed. Our country is under siege from the radical left lunatics, and we can't let it happen. You have to get out. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this country, and 3 days from now, it is hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. You're going to save it. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. That's true. This is so important. This is the most important election you've ever voted in, and I really believe it potentially is the most important election we've ever had. With your help, from now until Election Day, we will restore America's promise, and we will bring back the nation that we love. We're going to bring it back. We're going to bring it back fast, too. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never, ever back down, and we will never, ever, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, fight, fight. We will win, win, win. We will vote, vote, vote. Thank you very much. That's what we have to do. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. RFK Jr. is going to be in charge of that. Is that good? He'll be in. I said, Bobby, just leave the liquid gold alone. Let me handle that. Just leave me alone with the liquid gold. We're going to pay off so much debt and lower your taxes. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, North Carolina. God bless you all. God bless you. Thank you, fellas. Good luck, Dan. Good luck. Good luck.
There's no need to feel down. I said, young man.
everybody. This, of course, has been coverage of President Trump's rally in Gastonia, North Carolina. And we want to give a special thank you to our sponsors, Birch Gold, Patriot Mobile, and the Wellness Company, and, of course, AMAC as well. So thank you to those sponsors for boosting up this broadcast. All right, everybody. So that, of course, is President Trump wrapping up there on the ground in North Carolina. He is going to be heading to Salem, Virginia for a rally shortly. And then he's going to be back, as far as I understand it, in North Carolina and Greensboro, North Carolina. North Carolina, a very, very important state, and Virginia could possibly be the big surprise. And we spoke to David Zier and Brian Glenn, who is on the ground in Virginia, about that a little bit earlier. But President Trump hitting all of those high points in his speech, the things that are going to be the key reasons, I think, that people end up going to vote on Tuesday. And of course, that get out the vote effort early, or get out the early vote effort, has been very, very successful for Republicans, and it has been especially successful as we pick through the data and we go through the crosstabs on all of it. It seems like the low propensity vote is what we are getting out. So hopefully that is an indication that it's not necessarily a situation where Republicans are cannibalizing their vote, as in they are voting early, therefore they are not going to vote on Election Day. It seems like the high propensity voters, those people will still be showing up on Tuesday, and that could be a very, very good sign for President Trump. So as he is en route to Salem, Virginia, I'm going to get back down with David Zier on the ground there in Gastonia, North Carolina. David, we're at a fever pitch. This is it. The last, 72 hours heading into Election Day. Tell us about the fever there.
Trump spending the rest of his time here in North Carolina, one in Virginia, one in Pennsylvania, I believe. But Trump making a 90-minute fiery speech here to western North Carolina of Gastonia. And this is the gateway to western North Carolina, where that hurricane destroyed the lives of so many people. And did the failures of the federal government inspire people to come out and early vote over here? The Republicans in North Carolina with a 50,000 vote lead, at least, in the early voting so far. And this is going to come down to them. The independent vote across North Carolina. Where will people fall? And everyone I talked to today on the ground, small business owners, builders, suppliers, salespeople, all hurting, can't make ends meet, retirees on fixed incomes, speaking out, lashing out, saying they can't go another 4 years like this. So at this point, it looks like Trump has the momentum, polling ahead in 11 of the last 12 polls here, or tied in 2 of them, actually. Things are looking and shaping up well for the Trump campaign on the ground. Large crowd here today at Gastonia Municipal Airport.
Yeah, David, and I remember you talking about that statistic with respect to the polls, 11 out of 12 favoring President Trump. And just before we went to President Trump, that man on the street video that you got was absolutely golden, of that woman saying that, you know, that this could be the big secret of this election. So many people that she speaks to who whisper in her ear, I'm a Democrat, but I'm voting for Donald Trump. And it is becoming the case in this election where you are seeing more high profile people come out of the woodwork for President Trump. And I think that these are the people who are willing to speak out, who are willing and able to put their livelihoods and their reputations on the line. But for a lot of people out there in America, they are suffering so badly under Bidenomics that they can't afford to do that. But they're going to go in that voting booth, and they are going to vote the way that is going to prosper their families. David Zier, always incredible coverage. Thank you, sir, and we'll see you at the next location. And for everybody, Jason Myers is on stage there in Salem, Virginia. So we're going to dip into that coverage.
I hate that term. But I'm married to an extraordinary woman. I have 3 daughters, and I like to say I'm a general in the office, but I'm a private at home. And I remember my wife sent me up on a run up to the grocery store, and I pull in and I saw a red sticker, and I'm like, oh, maybe that's a friend. Let me see what it is. And I looked closer, and it said, not Make America Great Again, it said Make Groceries Affordable Again. And I thought, that's this election. Under Kamala Harris, it's just harder to get groceries, to put gas in your car, to pay your rent, and get a mortgage. Folks, when Donald Trump left office, the average household income to be a first-time home buyer in America was $59,000. Do you know what it is now, just 4 years later? $105,000. Folks, I'm going to ask you guys a question. How many of you in this room have already voted for Donald Trump? Raise your hand. For those of you that haven't yet to vote, how many of you are going to vote by Tuesday for Donald Trump? That's what I love. Folks, I travel all around the Commonwealth. This is an extraordinary place. But I get asked sometimes, you know, my last name's a little different. They say, what kind of name is Miares anyway? And I like to say, well, it's Southern. It's really deep South. But the reality is this country gave the Miares family a second chance from communism when my mother fled Cuba. And she said something to me recently this really stopped me in my tracks. She said, I never thought some of the things I would see in Cuba I'm seeing in America today. The rampant calls by some quarters for socialism. It's amazing the people most against socialism are the people that have actually had to live under it. The lawfare, going after the political enemies. She's like, America is where I fled to. Folks, it is indeed that last best hope on earth. And so I'm asking each one of you to not just go vote, but talk to 10 of your neighbors. Because the decisions we make in the next 48 hours are going to impact America for the next 48 plus years. Because you know what, at the end of the day, yes, we have Donald Trump on the ballot, but you know what we really have on the ballot? Freedom and USA. 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 Right. Folks, I will end with this. President Reagan once made this observation about us. He said, of all the countries in the world, the United States is the only country, the only one, in which our national anthem actually ends with a question. Are we still the land of the free and the home of the brave? I think that's by design. I think that's a question that has to be answered by every generation. I think it's a question that has to be answered by every single person in this room today. And I don't know about you, but I'm ready to answer yes. Are you ready to answer yes? Are you ready to answer yes? Thank you all. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Bill Klein.
Flip back, yeah, you can find us where the party's at. This is how we roll. We hanging around, singing down everything on the radio. We light it up with our hands.
Hello, Salem. I'm Ben Klein. Are you ready to send Donald Trump back to the White House? I could not be prouder to welcome all of y'all to the district that I get the privilege of fighting for each and every day in the U.S. Congress. Virginia's 6th, 9th, and 5th districts are the greatest districts because of the great people who live there. The hard-working men and women of the Shenandoah, Roanoke, New River Valley, Southside Virginia, and every inch of Appalachia in between are the best bosses that a fellow like me could have. It's an honor to serve on a daily basis, and I guard your well-being jealously. But there's another man who cares about the forgotten men and women of this district and of our country, and that man is Donald J. Trump. Friends, we've got 3 days left. 3 days to give it our all. 3 more days left to make sure our neighbors have voted. 3 more days until we ensure a resounding victory, not only in Virginia, but across this great nation for both Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. I'm excited for this ticket. J.D. Vance, a man who pulled himself up by the bootstraps and overcame adversity. Senator Vance embodies the American dream, and like Donald Trump, J.D. Vance isn't tired of winning. Are you tired of winning? You ready to win on Tuesday? You know, some of you folks back there in the press may not realize it, but you're in the back country that won the revolution, won our independence from Great Britain, and secured for us the greatest country in the history of the world. We have men like Thomas Jefferson, George Mason, Patrick Henry, and George Washington, names that stir excitement in every patriot's heart. And even here in Salem's own General Andrew Lewis, who gives us an example to live by as he stood up to tyranny and chased the royal governor out of Virginia. Don't worry, Governor Youngkin, you're in good hands here today. My fellow Virginians, these were great men. They were great leaders who in times of deepest peril defended the rights of man. They defended liberty, and they won. And we will win on Tuesday. But today, the tyranny we face is a different tyranny. It's a tyranny that threatens free-thinking people, not only here in America, but around the world. It's a tyranny that threatens institutions like Thomas Jefferson's Statute of Religious Freedom. These are narrow-minded global elites, the enemies of the Enlightenment and the enemies of mankind, and they will continue unchecked unless we stop them at the ballot box on Tuesday. We have to vote Tuesday to take our government back from these elites, put it back in the hands of the owners of the government, you, the people, to ensure that America and good government continue to endure long after we're gone. You know, Thomas Jefferson said, the sum of good government is a wise and frugal government that restrains men from injuring one another, but otherwise leaves them free. This is the sum of good government, and unfortunately, it's the government that Kamala Harris seeks to deny us. She will deny us our free speech. She will deny us our free markets. She will, however, grant free cell phones to illegal immigrants. You know who's going to fix that? Donald J. Trump. You know, Kamala Harris has had nearly 4 years and things just get worse. Everything she touches turns to garbage. Oh, wait. No, after what Joe Biden said the other day about all of us, that's an insult to garbage. You know, with over 10 million illegal immigrants pouring across the border, drugs pouring across the border, killing those we love. The cartels have gotten more than 34 tons of fentanyl across the border. They're getting rich while Americans suffer. So what's Kamala's plan? She wants to make every state a sanctuary state. She backs amnesty for millions of illegals, free taxpayer housing, jobs, health care for illegal border crossers, and she wants you to pay for their new gender transition surgeries while they're in prison. Well, Donald Trump won't let that happen. He will fight for you, and he'll do it because he knows that a country without borders is no country at all. It's time for a change. And on Tuesday, Donald Trump is going to deliver that change in the form of a political earthquake that will drain the swamp once and for all. God bless all of you as we finish the work before us over the next 3 days. God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, the United States of America, and God bless Donald Trump. Thank you.
Yeah, you can find us where the party's at. This is how we roll. We hanging around singing down everything on the radio. We light it up with our hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Morgan Griffith.
are currently sitting in the 6th District of Virginia, but just a few yards away is the 9th Congressional District, which I happen to have the pleasure of representing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special event for me because a number of years ago, I graduated from high school in this very building. And that high school was Andrew Lewis High School that was just mentioned by Ben Klein, Revolutionary War general. And last year, I was sitting right about here when my son Davis graduated on that end of the room. I agree with Ben and Bill Klein. The 5th, the 6th, and the 9th are special places. We have great people to represent. I am so blessed to represent the people of the 9th District out of that trio. And we got hit by a terrible, terrible storm. It wasn't just North Carolina, they got it worse than us. But many of the counties in Southwest Virginia were hit by Hurricane Helene, and many of you who were hit by that storm are here today. But I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's something I've not heard covered heavily in the news, and it's part of why I feel so blessed to represent this district. Because I've talked with a number of sheriffs, I've watched the news channels, and nowhere have I heard of looting in the 9th District after the storm. Our people don't look for a way to take advantage of other people in their time of strife. They look for ways to help their neighbors and their friends and their church-going families. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so glad to welcome you here to the Salem Civic Center today, where we are going to witness history. The once and future President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, will be here shortly to give one of his classic speeches. And yes, I'm going to get political, because this is a political rally. And when he gives that speech, like you've already heard up here today, he is going to urge Virginia and us to get out and work so that we can make sure that Virginia joins the winning team by casting our votes for Donald J. Trump and sending our representatives to the Electoral College to vote in the college for Donald J. Trump. We all, everybody in this room has worked hard to get votes out. Many of you have already voted, and you're getting those votes out for Donald Trump, Hung Cao, Ben Klein, John McGuire, and yes, hopefully, even Morgan Griffith. I've been tracking the 9th District the whole time. We're doing all kinds of things to get the vote out. Phone calls, live people. I don't like robocalls. Live people, text messages, speeches, etc. And here's the data as of last night. In the 9th Congressional District, 173,711 people have voted by early voting means. And my analyst who tracks all of this says computer modeling says out of that 173 plus, 831 of them are modeled as Republican voters. What's even bigger is 18,509 of those were not amongst the voters in 2020. Many of them were on the voting rolls. In 2020, they just didn't show up. And in fact, in the 9th District, we had 100,000 people who did not show up to the polls in 2020. And I grant you, some of those people had passed away. And we are the party that doesn't believe in dead people voting. But we have to find those people and get them out to vote. We all must do a little bit more. And you've heard people say, get 10 people out. And some of you are sitting there going, there's no way I can get 10 out. Look, if you get 1 or 2 out, it will help us win Virginia for Donald Trump. Let me remind you that in 2012, Ed Gillespie ran for the United States Senate. The polls the week before the election had him down 9 points to Mark Warner. He only lost that race by 16,000 votes. 16,000 votes, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. That means that if everybody in this room went out and got 2 people to get to the polls who weren't going to otherwise vote on Election Day, he would have won, and Donald Trump can win if you do that. The pollsters and the media said he didn't have a chance. I've heard Democrats say that, why is Trump coming to Salem, Virginia? He doesn't stand a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you why. It's because Virginia is in fact in play. Because they know what we know, and that is if the 5th District, the 6th District, and the 9th District of Virginia turn out and actually vote, we can outvote the 8th, the 10th, and the 11th. So I ask you to go out and find those people who are not likely to vote. Give them a nudge. Give them a nudge. Find the elderly person who's unsure of their ability to drive or get to the polls and offer to drive them. Give them a ride on Election Day. Find that young person, particularly those who go to church, and tell them the facts. Talk about Jesus is Lord. Tell them about the economy and where we were 4 years ago. I had a man say to me, and we've all heard it before, he said to me, I'd give anything for $1.95 a gallon gas, even if it meant a few mean tweets. Tell them the truth about how their future and all of our future and our children's future and our grandchildren's future are on the line because of illegal invasion across the southern border. And also remember, don't forget, we have same-day registration in Virginia. You can register. It goes into provisional voting, but you can get, if they say to you, I'm sorry, I can't, I'm not registered, say it doesn't matter. Get them there. Get them to the polls, ladies and gentlemen. If you get those people to the polls, we will win. Virginia will win. The United States of America will win because we will elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. I have been very blessed. I have been very blessed. Most of you have been very blessed. Let us hope that God will continue to bless the United States of America. God bless you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Does everybody know what we call Salem, Virginia? Championship City. Time to win the national championship, Virginia, and elect Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Man, there's a lot of you out there. So, you know, something amazing happened last week, and I knew that this race was over. I saw President Donald J. Trump wearing an orange vest. Now, you know, I prefer red, but when I saw him with that vest on, I said, that's brilliant, he's gonna win. What a moment. What a moment when we see our future president standing with Americans saying, I am one of you, you can trust me. My friends, we are all here standing in a Commonwealth of Virginia that is eternally grateful. And you heard Congressman Griffith mention Southwest Virginia, and let me just stop for a minute and talk about the amazing men and women in Southwest Virginia. On that Saturday morning after Hurricane Helene blew through, I found myself in Damascus. And we were holding hands and praying and thankful that the Lord had spared just about everyone. We had 2 tragic deaths, but we had so many lives saved. Our first responders did things that no one could imagine, over 100 life-saving rescues. Our first responders run to danger when others run away. Our first responders said, send me. Our first responders saved lives in Tennessee, saved lives in Virginia. God bless our first responders. Virginians came together. You know, lots of people, when they lose everything, might give up. Not Virginians. Lots of people, when they lose everything, might in fact run away. Not Virginians. And that's because Virginians are tough. Virginians have grit. Virginians understand that when things are rough, we fight, fight, fight. That's what we do. But I want to ask all of you, do not forget about Southwest Virginia. They have a long haul in front of them. They need our support, our financial support, our prayers, our volunteers. They need it, and they're going to need it for a while. But I will tell you this, I know one thing. Southwest Virginia will be better tomorrow than it was yesterday. My friends, if you didn't know it, elections have consequences. They have consequences which we have seen can be dire. Virginia was staring into the abyss in 2021. We were looking at a Virginia that had
seen for 9 years in a row more people move away than move here from the other 49 states. They were voting with their feet, saying no more in Virginia. We saw Virginia with a 20-year high in murder rate. We saw a Virginia where businesses were lined up and ready to leave. We saw a Virginia where bureaucrats and politicians were telling parents, you don't matter. My friends, elections have consequences. And Virginians came together in such a way that it shocked the nation and shocked the world. You hired the nation's best attorney general in Jason Miyares. You hired the nation's best lieutenant governor in Winsome Earl Sears. And my friends, I cannot tell you how honored that I am that you hired me to serve all of you as your governor. But you see, elections have consequences. Because of Virginia that was bottom third in the nation in job growth, a Virginia that, yes, saw companies moving away left, right, and center, a Virginia that provided no hope, turned into the best business state in the nation. More people working today than ever in the history of the Commonwealth. 250,000 more people working today. 250,000 people that have experienced the second most powerful words in the English language. You know, the most powerful words in the English language are I love you. But the second most powerful words in the English language are you are hired. There is dignity in work. There is optimism in work. There is future in work. And my friends, Virginia's got jobs. Lots of them. We saw a Virginia with a 20-year high in murder rate. And let me tell you, when we back the blue, crime goes down. And in Virginia, we back the blue. We saw a Virginia where parents were pushed out of their lives. Well, let me tell you, our children know two truths. One, parents matter. And two, we love them, and we're going to make sure that their parents continue to matter. That's what we're going to do. My friends, Virginia's roaring. More people working than ever. Over $80 billion of commitments from companies who are already here to invest more, companies that are moving. And let me tell you, in 2023, for the first time in 10 years, 23,000 more people moved to Virginia than moved away. They want to live here. And let me tell you, along the way, we declared our independence from California. You choose what car you want to drive. Along the way, we declared $5 billion of tax relief for Virginians. It's your money, not government's. Along the way, we told our veterans, we want you here, not moving away, because you are the fabric of our communities. God bless our veterans. My friends, elections have consequences. This past General Assembly, you all gifted me with a veto pen, and I used it 200 times to protect your rights, to protect our Constitution. Virginia is soaring. We have seen the difference between the progressive left policies of old and the common sense conservatism of today, and Virginia is winning. And then we've seen our nation over the last 3 years. We watched our nation suffer. A nation that truly has been and must be the greatest nation on the face of the earth. A nation that when Donald Trump was president had the most rip-roaring economy that lifted up all Americans. A nation that had a secure border. A nation that projected strength around the world. A nation that was the envy of the world. And Kamala Harris broke it. My friends, Donald Trump's economy had high growth and low inflation. My friends, Donald Trump's economy saw more employment than we have seen. Donald Trump's economy understood that low inflation means more money in your pocket. Donald Trump's economy understands that money belongs to you, not the government. And yet, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris unleashed that genie of inflation, unleashed that inflation that steals the hard-earned money of Virginians and Americans. My friends, Kamala Harris broke it, but Donald Trump will fix it. During Donald Trump's presidency, we had a secure border. They remained in Mexico and they were not caught and released. My friends, every state was not a border state. And as your governor, I see every day 5 Virginians die of fentanyl overdoses. I see a box truck driven by 2 Jordanian illegal immigrants try to crash the front gate at Marine Corps Base Quantico. I see our young people sexually assaulted by illegal immigrants. My friends, we had a secure border. Our borders are, Kamala Harris broke it, and Donald Trump will fix it. My friends, when Donald Trump was president, there were no new wars. And I will tell you, if he were president today, we would not have war in Ukraine, we would not have war in the Middle East, and China would not be threatening Taiwan, because they understand that America would be strong. And that's the way it was when Donald Trump was president. And then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris evacuated Afghanistan and not only sacrificed 13 American heroes, but my friends, they put us on a path to a weak America and global chaos. When Donald Trump was president, the world was at peace, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris broke it, and Donald Trump will fix it. Elections have consequences, and we have seen the consequences play out every single day as we have watched weakness from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris impact every single person in America. They broke it. Donald Trump will fix it. Now, my friends in Virginia, we know how to win elections. They told me back in 2021, no Republican can win statewide in Virginia. And we stood up and said, no, we are gonna win, and we won. And so I need to ask you to do 5 things. 5 things between now and on Tuesday. Number 1, if you have not voted, get out and vote. Get out and vote. How many people have voted early? Wow. How about that? That is called a show of hands of strength. If you have not voted, I know you're going to vote. Get out and vote today by 7 o'clock, or you better show up on Tuesday, or I'll know. Go vote. Second thing I need you to do is get 10 friends out to vote. Every single person in here, 10 friends. Nobody sitting next to you. 10 other friends, get them to the polls, and if they're not voting on Tuesday, pick them up in your car and take them to vote. Get out the vote. Third thing I need you to do is I need you to put a sign in your yard and wear a hat like all of these folks here. Get a bumper sticker, because we will win. Trump will fix it. 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 Fourth thing I need you to do, if you are not volunteering at the polls, I need you to volunteer. Why? I need you to be there with one of those sample ballots so that everybody knows that in addition to voting for Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, they are voting for Hung Cal for Senate. They are voting for Morgan Lewis or Ben Klein or John McGuire or Jen Kiggins or Derek Anderson for Congress. And they are going to keep voting Republican all the way down. My friends, there are lots of school board races on the ballot. There is nothing more important than to elect common sense conservatives to our school boards for the future of our children. Last thing I need you to do is pray with me. My friends, there is a moment where we have done all we can do. We've voted. We've gotten 10 friends. We have put signs in yards. We have volunteered. We've donated. And what's left when we have nothing more is prayer. And so, my friends, if you would all take off your caps right now and let's pray together over this election in our country. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today in faith. And when you say that 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, you promise us you will be among us. And we ask you, Father, be among us today. We ask you to wrap every one of our candidates in a hedge of protection, wrap their families in a hedge of protection, give them the strength, allow their message to be heard, wipe the scales off of voters' eyes so that they can see truth. Father, we ask you to bless our nation. We love you, and we know you love us. Father, let your will be done, and God bless the United States of America. Amen. My friends, for those of you that may hail from one of the other 12 former colonies, I am sorry, I'm an unabashedly proud Virginian. It all started in Virginia, and this Tuesday we are going to show the world that Virginia leads again. From the immortal words of Patrick Henry, I know not what course others may take, but as for me, give me liberty or give me death. We have people asking, what do we believe? We believe that we have unalienable rights that are granted by an almighty God, not by a king and not by a dictator. And among these unalienable rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Virginians, it is time to lead again. On Tuesday, we are going to extend our lead in the House. We are going to flip the Senate, and we are going to put strength back in the White House with Donald J. Trump. God bless you. God bless America.
To our coverage of President Trump's upcoming rally in Salem, Virginia. That, of course, was Virginia's governor, Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin, there on the stage, firing up the people attending that rally. A huge show of hands of people who have already voted. And you got to ask the question, who's going to be left to vote on Election Day? And I certainly hope that it's a lot. All right, everybody, before we get to Brian Glenn there on the ground, it is Free Trump Knife Saturday. For all of you tuning in, freetrumpknife.com is handing out limited edition collectible knives today in honor of today's rally. And we are giving away 250 collectible knives. Just cover the cost of shipping for $10. Add this patriotic knife to your collection and keep America great with this collectible piece. We are spreading Trump's reach and support through this limited time promotion. So give it as a gift or keep it for yourself. As time passes, more and more Trump-related memorabilia could surge in value. So they're going to run out, so act fast. Head on over to freetrumpknife.com to claim yours today. Support today's Real America's Voice coverage by supporting freetrumpknife.com. All right, everybody. So as I said, we've got our correspondent Brian Glenn there on the ground. Brian, a very, very fiery speech by Governor Glenn Youngkin there. It seems like he's got almost as much appeal there as President Trump does.
He's very well liked in this state. I'm getting a little bit of slack back in my ISP for you guys back in the studio to work on that. He's loved here in this state. He's done so much, I think, to turn the tide in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and he ran a lot on some of the social issues of keeping boys out of girls' locker rooms in schools and men out of women's sports. But he talked about the economy and the crime and what has happened in this state since the Kamala Harris Biden administration has taken over. But, I am seeing a sense that this state is, not only did they come together to elect Glenn Youngkin, and thank God they did, but I do think, Amanda, that this state is turning for President Trump and that we will see, if not a victory for President Trump, boy, he'll get really close, because if you want to go outside of just a few areas up towards the north part of the state, Harris may have a slight edge there, but if you go out to the west and the south and all the way to where we're at today, it seems like it's very much Trump country.
Yeah, Northern Virginia is definitely the bluest area of that state. I always say when America starts another war, it means that there are a bunch of people in Northern Virginia who need to upgrade their kitchen or their back house. I want to bring in Jeff Cruaire. Go ahead, Brian. Did you have a comment?
No, it's funny because President Trump often talks about, and Tucker Carlson says, the richest zip codes in the country are right outside the Beltway there in D.C. and they have made themselves rich on what? They don't manufacture anything. They don't sell a service. They just write off the government. So you're absolutely spot on with that assessment.
Yeah, and they send America's sons and daughters to war, folks like Liz Cheney. I want to ask you, Jeff Cruaire, this is some interesting news that I just saw posted about 20 minutes by New York Congresswoman Elise Stefanik. In all caps, New York is in play. President Trump is polling ahead in New York swing districts where Joe Biden won by 15 points in some cases. I urge all New Yorkers to get out and vote early in person to elect all of our incredible New York GOP candidates on your ballot. Jeff, do you think that, and I'm not saying she's lying, but do you think that that is the case, that New York is possibly in play? Because I will be the first to admit, when it comes to New York and California, I've been one of the wet blankets and the skeptics all along.
Well, I would agree with you about California, Amanda. I don't think there's a prayer, but I do think there's an outside chance in New York. Look how close Lee Zeldin came in the governor's race.
That's true.
He almost won. So
Yeah.
if Lee Zeldin can almost win, why can't a native New Yorker running for president who's done so well and who has all these big events in New York, why can't he win? And then you consider, you know, how terrible Kamala Harris has been for the economy, and New York has been hit hard. So I would assume that, and look at all the illegals in New York, and look at all the problems they've had with the open border that Kamala Harris has given us. So I think there's an outside chance. Let me just say this about Glenn Youngkin. I mean, I was really impressed by that speech. I thought he was very, very good. And I wouldn't discount Glenn Youngkin as a potential presidential candidate down the road.
That would be really interesting. Brian, I want to get your take on that, and just, let me get your take on that, because here's the thing. When it comes to Republicans, there is a very, very deep bench of people who could run, you know, on the other side of Donald Trump. Obviously, J.D. Vance, but you look at the youthfulness of the Republican Party, the stars, the standouts in this party, Glenn Youngkin among them, but people like Vivek Ramaswamy. I mean, this is a very, very young but deep bench for Republicans. For Democrats, I mean, the only really youthful one who I think has any viability for Democrats, and I hate to even say this because she's wacko, but AOC. But for Democrats, you look at that bench, and it's pretty skinny compared to Republicans.
Well, they've got Gavin Newsom, who I predict will be the next nominee for the. I know, but that's what they're going to do. In terms of Glenn Youngkin, Jeff's right. He will make an attempt to run in 2028. That's what a lot of this speech that we heard behind us. Yes, he supports President Trump. Yes, he wants Trump back in the office. But guess what? He wants in that White House as well. He is polished. He is very much a politician, in my opinion. Stayed away from President Trump when he was running for governor. That's the only bone I have to pick with this guy, because he did want to embrace MAGA, but he embraces MAGA now because he knows he's going to need MAGA in 2028 if he chooses to run. But right now, I love his messaging. I love his support for President Trump. And to your point, the Republican Party does have a great lineup of future leaders.
Yeah. I think his true colors are showing now. I have to wonder if his distance from President Trump as he was in the midst of his gubernatorial run had a little bit of something to do with the fact that he knew that as far as the MAGA side of Republican things, he thought he could probably have a little bit more success being closer to the center. So it's really great to see him supporting President Trump and, of course, you know, cleaning up their voter rolls. It would have been nice if he had had the state legislature to help him do it, but signing that executive order months ago was a very, very prescient move in having at least 1,600 illegals taken off the ballot. And of course, we will wait to see what the fate of that case is. But I think that was an important indicator of what we will see to come. All right, everybody, there is so much at stake in this upcoming election. But regardless of who is sitting in that White House, the fuse on the economy, unfortunately, has already been lit. Even 4 years of a conservative presidency is not going to be enough to turn the tide on our $36 trillion national debt. And if the left wins, get ready, because it's going to be like throwing gas on a dumpster fire. And you don't have too much control over the election's outcome, but what you can do right now is protect your savings by diversifying into gold with the help of Birch Gold Group. For millennia, Gold has stood firm in the face of greedy governments, economic upheavals, and global strife, and it can protect you now. Birch Gold will help you convert an IRA or a 401k into an IRA in physical gold. It's tax-free, and it's penalty-free, and it's not going to cost you a penny out of pocket. And in the past 4 years, the buying power of the U.S. dollar has declined, and the price of gold has increased 40%. Coincidence? So text the word America to 989898. Get your free info kit on gold and trust Birch Gold to protect your savings. Text America to the number 989898 today. All right, everybody, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hey folks, I'm John Rich. Just as wokeness and censorship have subverted the music industry, they've also crushed free expression on social media. Censors have suspended social media users, canceled entire news channels, obliterated online discussion platforms, and even banished a sitting American president from big tech platforms. Well, I'm here to say there's a place for you. A place where patriots can speak freely without fearing some unknown, unseen speech enforcer that wants to shut you down. That place is called Truth Social, a free speech social media platform that hosts breaking news, TV streaming channels, and powerful commentary on all the issues facing our great nation. Break free of big tech and make your voice heard. Join me on an uncancelable platform where I like to debut my songs, and where you can read exclusive commentary from our 45th president, Donald J. Trump. I'll see you on Truth Social, where freedom lives.
Our friends at Noble Gold are doing something I haven't ever seen before. Noble Gold and Kevin Sorbo have teamed up to provide a free 7-part masterclass that they're calling the Economic Crisis Toolkit. This free series offers video training on asset protection strategies and how to discover growth opportunities during economic crisis. These are tools that host Kevin Sorbo breaks down in 7 easy-to-digest economic classes. Learn to simplify economic concepts and give yourself the personal tools to find potential weak spots in your portfolio. All combined, it's over 1 free hour of premium content dedicated to you becoming a more resilient investor, no matter what future financial challenges may arise. Helpful investor tips narrated by the Hercules that Hollywood canceled, Kevin Sorbo himself. Sign up right now to gain free access. Register to unlock the class at wealth.noblegoldinvestments.com. Visit wealth.noblegoldinvestments.com. Donald Trump is fighting to save America from Kamala.
Really trust her to run this country for the next 4 years? How have the last 4 years gone under him? Well, your tax dollars are being funneled overseas, and to support illegal immigration, they've left our people behind, offering just $750 in aid as if that's enough. With political insanity that we're living through, supply chain shortages, natural disasters, and the looming threat of another pandemic, you need to prepare your family now. The Wellness Company offers 5 critical medical kits packed with life-saving medications like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and more. Each kit is backed by Dr. Peter McCullough. Ordering is simple. Just a few clicks and it's delivered to your door. Head to twc.health/voice and use code VOICE to save up to $60 off. That's twc.health/voice and use code VOICE to save up to $60 off plus free shipping right now.
All right, everybody, welcome back. And on that note, everyone knows that the next medical crisis is just around the corner, whether it comes in the form of a pandemic or something much more mundane like a tick bite. You and your family need to be prepared, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You know the Wellness Company. We have their great doctors like Dr. Peter McCullough on our network all the time. And the Wellness Company and their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. Whether it is the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. From anthrax to tick bites, from COVID to the bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription immunization kit that is designed to keep you and your family safe. So rest assured, knowing that you have emergency antibiotics, antivirals, and antiparasitics on hand to help keep you and your family safe from whatever the globalists throw at us next. Go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice and use the promo code VOICE to save 10%. All right, let's head right back out to Brian Glenn on the ground in Salem, Virginia. Brian, get us inside the room there. What's this venue? Are there a lot of people waiting outside?
There is. Earlier in our pre-show, President Trump was on stage in North Carolina. We would have loved to have shown that, but there's a lot of people outside. This venue holds about 6,500 from what I've been told, maybe a little bit more with the way they have the floor configured. But I can promise you there's double that outside right now. But they do have one of those massive jumbotrons that the overflow crowd can definitely take advantage of that. But it's a civic center. It's a little bit of a outdated civic center. Amanda, you'll appreciate this because we're music people. I walked in here and I thought to myself, this looks like a venue that like Ozzy Osbourne or Huey Lewis in the News might have played back in the 80s. It's got that civic center feel to it, but yeah, but it's packed out. A lot of people here. Still people are wearing the orange reflective vests. A few trash bag people as well, kind of carrying that over from Halloween. Yeah, the mood is great. I mean, look, I don't know about you, but I am having a hard time sleeping at night because I have anxiety of what's coming on Tuesday. It's a good thing. It's an anxious, positive anxiety. But I think everyone here, Amanda, is really excited because this started. Think about this for a second. This movement, this political movement to get him back to the White House started right after the 2020 election. I mean, the very next day that everything was solidified. And I was there when President Trump left Joint Base Andrews on the 20th, flew back to Florida on Air Force One. That was his last trip. And you know what? I'm going to be here when he comes back. And I really feel like for me, this has been a long journey. This has been a long campaign season, and I'm ready for it to end. And I'm ready for these people to get fired up. And I want them to they know the issues, they know the policies, Amanda. We just need people to vote.
Amen. Amen. And for our under 30 crowd tuning in, go watch Back to the Future. In fact, that's the only familiarity I have with Huey Lewis in the News is the song Power of Love from Back to the Future, which my brothers played on loop when I was growing up. But getting back to what you were saying, Brian, I think that that's what it feels like for so many Trump supporters, because 2020, a lot of people realize what happened in that election and the fact that the rightful winner did not end up in the White House. And there was never a break. And so often, I mean, for people who work in politics, after the election, there's typically a little bit of kind of a slow period after the hustle and bustle and the insanity of an election year. After the election, there's usually a bit of a breather between that and the inauguration. And nobody ever got that. Not people who work in politics, not Trump supporters, not Americans. I mean, it didn't matter which side of the aisle you were on because we were all just kind of stuck in this political purgatory and we never got that reprieve. So you're exactly right. It feels like we have been at this since basically 2015 for 9 years. And I am with you, brother. I am so ready for a break. I'm ready. I feel like I'm going to want to sleep for an entire week after this, but of course that's not possible. And I know that's not going to be possible for you, but you've been living on about 4 hours of sleep. I think that's the last I heard from you. I want to ask you about something that David Zier spoke to one of the people at the Gastonia rally about. And I'm just going to paraphrase this woman. I'm probably butchering exactly what she was saying, but the spirit of her sentiment was, there are a lot of secret voters in North Carolina, people who will whisper to their friends who support Trump, I'm a Democrat, but I'm going to be voting for Trump. I feel like Virginia is probably one of those places where that type of secret is floating around too.
I think so, and actually President Trump does talk about that as far as people, they don't really let their opinions be known on social media. They don't put a sign in their yard. They don't put up a bumper sticker on their car, but when they walk in the voting booth, they are going to hit Trump and then walk right out and let their vote count. Glenn Youngkin, one of the speakers earlier, not Glenn Youngkin, but someone else said that about 18,000 new voters turned out in the early voting this year. in regards to last year. In other words, they did not vote in the 2020 election, but they're now voting in this election. I would hope out of those 18,000 new early voters, brand new voters to the election scene, might be maybe people that was leaning Democrat. There might have been people that have never voted before, obviously. But I think that's important to point out that you're going to get a lot of young voters, the college scene. President Trump, if I'm not mistaken, has gone to several major colleges. I was with him at Iowa State, and the whole place was supporting Trump. And of course, we were at Penn State last week. A ton of people there. We were at some other universities in Pennsylvania. Big turnouts. This young youth vote is so important. Even when you get influencers, and Jake Paul, I don't know much about the guy, but apparently a lot of young people do. Joe Rogan, podcasts like that, the Nelk Boys, they have really driven this young voter base out to the polls, and I think that's going to be huge come Tuesday, because that may be something that we didn't have back in 2020. Remind you that the narrative back then was, Trump was, all of the deranged things that they said about him. But I think over the last 3.5 years, the truth has come out, not only on this network, but through these podcasts as well. So I think these young voters they're more informed about the issues and the truth about President Trump. And I think that's going to really show up on Tuesday.
Yeah, and I think something that they really appreciate about President Trump is his authenticity. I don't know if you would agree, but when you look at the campaigns from 2016 to 2020 to 2024, this is the Trumpist that Trump has ever been. I mean, you had this 3-hour interview on Joe Rogan where the American people, and especially those young people who listen to that podcast, they got to see a side of President Trump that you don't see from other politicians. But it's not just the Joe Rogan podcast. It's the garbage truck thing. It's the McDonald's thing. It's showing up in these spaces where the American people want to hear from him. And on my podcast this past week, I had a guy named Justin Hochman on my podcast who was one of the creators of The Apprentice. And he said that when they created The Apprentice, they were planning season to season to change out the host. So it was going to be Donald Trump the first time around, and then they were going to choose a different business mogul for every single season. And that never ended up transpiring because Donald Trump was just so magnetic in that role. And I think that is something that all Americans see across the board. But as I said, this time around, this is the Trumpist that Trump has been. And that is, I think it's resonating, especially in a time and place and a culture where the American people are just thirsting for authenticity. Okay, we're going to take a very quick break, but everybody, we are in such a pivotal election year. 2024 is the battle for the soul of this country. If you are fed up with compromise, it is time to switch to Patriot Mobile, America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. With Patriot Mobile, you're going to get the same nationwide coverage as the major carriers without funding the left. Every call you make supports conservative causes, and it puts America first. And switching is very easy with their 100% U.S.-based customer service team. You keep your number, you keep your phone, or you can upgrade if you want, and they're going to help you find the perfect plan. So go to patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA or call 972-PATRIOT now. You get a free month when you use the offer code SaveUSA. That's patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA or call 972-PATRIOT. We'll be right back.
Hey folks, I'm John Rich. Just as wokeness and censorship have subverted the music industry, they've also crushed free expression on social media. Censors have suspended social media users, canceled entire news channels, obliterated online discussion platforms, and even banished a sitting American president from big tech platforms. Well, I'm here to say there's a place for you. A place where patriots can speak freely without fearing some unknown, unseen speech enforcer that wants to shut you down. That place is called Truth Social, a free speech social media platform that hosts breaking news, TV streaming channels, and powerful commentary on all the issues facing our great nation. Break free of big tech and make your voice heard. Join me on an uncancelable platform where I like to debut my songs and where you can read exclusive commentary from our 45th president, Donald J. Trump. I'll see you on Truth Social, where freedom lives.
Throughout history, the spirit of patriotism has prevailed. The battles may have changed, but the values remain the same. Today in 2024, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment where the call for unity, freedom, and a better future echoes louder than ever. For more than 10 years, Patriot Mobile has been committed to supporting the values that make our nation great. With affordable plans and reliable nationwide coverage on all 3 of the major networks, Patriot Mobile is not just a wireless service. It's a call to action for those who believe in the American dream. Because this year is not just any year. It's the most important year since our nation's founding. Choose a wireless carrier that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile.
RAV family, it all comes down to this.
Donald Trump's gonna win.
We can reclaim this country. We can save this country. Real America's Voice brings you election night 2024.
We got more passion. We got more strength.
Yes, we can win, and yes, they'll cheat.
From coast to coast, Americans stand at the ballot box, choosing the leaders who will chart our course.
Get in line and stay in line.
With live updates and expert analysis, Real America's Voice is the place to be.
I think it's going to take a landslide election like what Ronald Reagan delivered in 1980.
Starting at 5 p.m. Tuesday, we're covering every moment because the stakes couldn't be higher.
We are going to see a landslide victory for Donald J. Trump.
Real America's Voice Election Night, where your voice is heard.
And my money is on the American people and the MAGA movement and Donald John Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
Welcome back, everybody. I don't know about you, but my stomach feels bipolar heading into this election because one moment when I watch that ad, I get really excited and I get butterflies about Tuesday and all the excitement building up to it. And then I get sick to my stomach because I know exactly what they pulled off in 2020. Brian Glenn, I know that you can relate to that sentiment, sir. I want to get into some of the down ballot races, though, there in Virginia. Obviously, those are important. When people go to the polls, you want them to check off that box for Donald Trump, but you want them to also head down the ballot and hit some of those other important races. Can you talk to our audience about what those are?
Yeah, earlier we heard from John McGuire. Now, he was in a district. He beat incumbent Bob Good, who was a part of the House Freedom Caucus. John McGuire was able to edge Bob Good out in a very, very close race. He spoke this afternoon. But the importance of these down ballots, and I've said this just about every opportunity I have, because I feel like the Republican Party, as far as Congress, was not, I would say, a very productive session of Congress. Yes, we got a few things done. We did impeach Alejandro Mayorkas. We got that done, but there's so much more that we could have done. So people may be reluctant to obviously go to the voting box and vote for anybody other than Trump. But I just want to talk about the importance of getting the majority or maintaining the majority in the House. Now, we've got some representatives in California, New York, and some of these they're not MAGA districts. So in all due respect to them, their messaging has to be kind of a mixed. It can't be too MAGA, but it needs to be obviously on the conservative side in order to kind of maintain their with their constituents in their district. So I understand that, but we got to make sure that whether or not you feel like your congressional leader has done his or her job, it is important that we vote for every single Republican up and down that ballot, and let's get the table set. Let's set the Congress. Let's get that majority. A sizable majority would be nice. Let's take the Senate, get the majority there, and without a doubt, let's get President Trump in office. Now, once that is in place, Amanda, here's what's going to happen. I've spoken to several members of Congress, and I've said, what should the number one thing be when we get back in session? It's going to obviously be whether or not who's the speaker. I mean, I know Mike Johnson is steadfast of believing that he is the person to lead Congress. We'll see exactly what that looks like when we get back into session. We'll see what our margin is, who maybe pull some upsets. I do think that Democrats are targeting a few particular House races. I'll get those districts to you probably the next segment. But it's important that we maintain the House and get things done. Now, the ag bill is a big part that I've been told that they're going to focus on. Obviously, the border, getting everything situated and getting the budgeting, getting the committees aligned, getting who's going to head these committees, who's going to chair these committees. Obviously, oversight is a big one. Homeland security will be a pivotal position to fill. And so you've got to get this cabinet set on the presidential side as well. But the importance, Amanda, is if we don't win Congress, if we don't have the majority in Congress, then we can't do these things that President Trump needs to do. Now, if this is going to be enough to scare your voters to make sure they do that, I can assure you that the Democrats will plan on not certifying Trump's election, his victory, his electors, certify the election. They have already said they're not going to do that. Matter of fact, they've already, from what I've been told, House Democrats are already working on impeachment, articles of impeachment for President Trump, getting them drafted up so that when he does win, they're automatically going to file them. This is their game plan. So we have got to do everything we can do to make sure that we maintain the majority when we go back into Congress and in the Senate. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. Now, also, keep in mind, whoever controls the House has a speaker. They also control the Capitol complex, all of the U.S. Capitol. That means the U.S. Capitol Police. They're in charge of all of that. They look at them as being almost like the landlord of all of that. So as far as the fencing goes, as far as the security goes, they're in charge of that. If you remember, on January the 5th, or the insurrection that President Trump had called for, all of the basic, backup for the National Guard and extra Capitol Police, Nancy Pelosi was over the Capitol complex, and she denied all of those requests. So if you think for 1 minute that all of a sudden Democrats are going to work with Republicans on anything, they're not. So when we get back in office, Amanda, we must be as strong as possible and unified as possible to get it done. Or Amanda, we're going to relive the first 2 years of Trump's administration under Paul Ryan, and nothing will get done. So vote, vote, vote. Go all the way down ballot.
Absolutely. Do not run your MAGA purity test this time around, folks. If they have an R next to their name, you check off that box, because here's the thing. And this is a re-up of a story that I heard just before they gave Joe Biden the boot and installed Kamala Harris. We were all hearing stories from our insider Democrats who said, because of Joe Biden, because of the polling, because of the way this election looks like it's going, we are now going to focus on the House and the Senate because we do not think that we can win the election. Now, things obviously turned when Kamala Harris got installed, and there was this flash in the pan of excitement for her. But I'm hearing the same story again, Brian Glenn, and you are exactly spot on. If Donald Trump does not have the House and the Senate, he's not going to be able to do anything. If he does not have the House, then Democrats will do everything they can to handicap him. They will gunk him up with ridiculous impeachments. Obviously, they're not going to remove him in the Senate, because I do think Republicans will have I think it's pretty safe that Republicans are going to win back the majority in the Senate. But you're exactly right. I want to ask you about something you said that made me think of what could happen post-election. You talked about the control of the Capitol complex, and of course we all think of January 6th, but January 6th was mild compared to what we saw in the summer of 2020 and the George Floyd riots with Antifa and BLM and all of these organized leftist organizations that wreaked absolute havoc across American cities. I know a lot of people are concerned about what will happen on election night. I'm not concerned about election night. I am more concerned about what happens after election night with respect to what could happen on the ground in these blue cities. I'm in Los Angeles. I'm a little bit removed from the downtown area and not near any of these hotbeds of protest. But Brian, I'm very concerned for America's cities following the election if Donald Trump wins.
You know, it's interesting. I was living in D.C. Around the last election, and especially after the certification and before the inauguration, the fencing was put up all around. Local businesses were boarding up their windows in preparation for some type of response from supporters. But it looked like the city was preparing for like a hurricane, if you will. So I think local businesses around every major U.S. city is preparing for some type of reaction after the election. Now, I want to remind our viewers, we are not the party of riots. We are not the party of violence. We are not the party of protest. They are. So, and I would remind local business owners that when I would walk around, I said, I don't know why you guys are boarding up these windows. Trump supporters are going to come throw bottles. We're not going to flip over cop cars. We're not going to burn our local businesses down. That's what they do. And I pointed that out every opportunity I had. So I do expect, because we know how the left reacts to this, I do expect a little bit of anarchy to a certain degree. I'm not going to say of calling for cities that will be burned down. Don't know if they'll do that. But I know what they did back in 2016 when he won. I know exactly what they did. They burned about 18 squad cars and damaged dozens of businesses just in that downtown area of D.C. So if you go off of what historically has happened, they will react to a Trump victory. Let me just step aside to see what we have behind me. Just a little bit of hype on that. I want to bring you in. We got a kind of a special guest here, Jerry. Yeah, Mark Serrano. We're live on there. How you doing?
Hi, what's your name?
Brian Glenn with Real America's Voice. Jerry Falwell joining us here on the show. Welcome to the show.
Good to meet you.
What does it mean to be in here in Virginia? President Trump, Youngkin, everybody's coming together to turn this straight red.
Yeah, I only live an hour up the road, and it's very exciting. My whole family's here, and I traveled a lot with the campaign back in 2016. But this is the first time my grandkids have been able to experience something like this. They're all 6 years old or younger, so it's a big day for us.
What do you see up in your neck of the woods? I was in Chesapeake for Trump's rally this past summer. Massive turnout for there. Today, this place is packed. Outside, it's even more people. What do you think about the turnout where you live?
I have the same feeling about this election that I had in 2016. The enthusiasm is palpable. And I think he's in play in Virginia. I really do. It's going to be close, but I'm that optimistic. We'll see.
Let's talk about faith. Where does faith fall into all of this?
Well, I think most evangelicals, the press think they vote the way they do because of their faith. It just so happens they're average Americans like all the other Trump supporters. So that's my opinion about what motivates them to vote. And it's because they're in the same spot that the average American is. They're not part of the elite class.
They feel like they're average people. I always love whenever Don Jr. says, when I'm putting diesel in my truck, if I'm saying it's too expensive and I'm the son of a billionaire real estate developer, I know for the average person filling up their car, going to the grocery store, these things absolutely are.
I can't imagine what it's like. There's so many people that live paycheck to paycheck already, and then to have the 20% increase in prices on top of that, it's another way of taxing people.
Let's talk about world peace. We talk about no new foreign wars under President Trump. That is the opposite of what has traditionally happened in this country, whether it was under a Republican president or a Democrat president. How important is world peace right now? Because President Trump often says we are on the edge of a World War III.
Yeah, I think the behavior of the Biden and Harris administration has been almost to invite countries that are our enemies to take aggressive action, maybe not so much against us, but against our allies. And I think it's just they're putting off all those signals, the wrong signals. And I think Trump would be just the opposite. I think they respect him. They're scared of him, I think. But that's why, not just one of the many reasons why this election is so important.
So important. Of course, the border and the economy are still remain the top two issues. Let's talk about the border real quickly. Where you live in Virginia, what do you see the impacts of an open border? I know if you go to some of these bigger cities, Washington, D.C., maybe down to Atlanta, even up to New York, Philadelphia, you do see the effects of an open border.
The effects of it? How does it affect this area? Well, I mean, it's been going on for so long, and there's even in an area like rural Virginia, there are a lot of illegal workers, and you know, it's not like it is in big cities and border states. But part of me wonders why they're flying illegal aliens in from other countries, and why they're taking them to certain cities. It's almost like they know certain cities and states are going to go blue, and so they want the population of those places to go up as much as possible. Whether the aliens can vote or not, it still increases the number of electoral votes in Illinois and New York and California. I think that's what they're doing.
I haven't thought about the electoral count. I know in Texas they've got about 1.3 million new registered voters. A lot of them have been linked to foreign immigration. So if they're able to get them a Social Security card, you get them registered to vote without even proof of ID, you're flooding a red state.
That's scary. That's scary, yeah. And I don't think they could help how many went into Texas, but I'm sure they don't want Texas to get more electoral votes. But if they're registering to vote, that kind of defeats the purpose, you know.
That is true. We're live here on the ground waiting for President Trump. We're talking about the surge in Virginia, and I feel like you have a good pulse. So where you live, you're pretty positive that the turnout to vote's going to be good on Tuesday.
80% Trump in this part of the state. And it's almost every state's like that. You got the big cities that are blue, the rest of the state that's red, and that's where real America lives. And you know, living in a big city is not what I consider to be a great.
Feel safe in a big city. I mean, a lot.
I love that country out, you know, a farm, but I think that living in a city, Thomas Jefferson even said it destroys men's souls. Now, I don't know exactly what he meant by that, but I think if all you see every day is concrete and just urban, you know, crowded areas, I think it kind of taints your view of the country.
Do you think, as a society, I talked about this earlier with a friend, actually it was our driver the other night coming to the airport. America has changed so much. We're not, our country, from a cultural standpoint, we have absolutely removed God, faith, trust out the window. Even the guy was talking about back in his day, a young person that wanted to go out and rob somebody or loot a store would never attack an elderly person. They would never attack, you know, even kids. Now
they seem to target the weakest in society. Yeah, and Jesus said, "Whatever you do to the least of these, you've done it to me." And it's just it's a sad commentary on our society, I think.
I think it is too. That was an interesting point. He said even the criminals in the big cities would not attack an elderly person. They even had standards back then, or kids, and now that's not the fate. If people want to follow you on social media or things you're engaged with, anything you want to talk about?
You know, Instagram is the main thing I do. It's just at Jerry Falwell Jr. And my wife does most of that.
So you've got somebody working that for you.
Yes.
Well, thank you for your time over here. Thank you so much. Be careful stepping out. Amanda, you never know who you're going to find on the rises here. Jerry Falwell Jr. joining us on the pre-show here, talking a little bit about the cultural war. And Amanda, you're in Los Angeles, and I know that you see it. All you have to do is drive up and down Santa Monica Boulevard or Pico Avenue or even Sunset Boulevard or any of them. You see the decay of our society, the people that are now living on the streets. You see the people walking like zombies from the effects of an addicted drug. Those are the society effects. But then you also see, Amanda, and I want you to weigh on this if you could, the amount of small businesses that are now closed. They now have a closed sign, for lease sign. They're boarded up. They got the garage doors shut on them. They never opened up past the summer of love in 2020 or even COVID, if they were lucky to get out of that. So it's just, this nation right now is not the country. Not only did we have 4 years ago, this is not near the country we had 30 years ago.
Absolutely not. And, you know, I told this story on air, I think, when we were doing coverage last week, and you might have even been on air with me. But my dry cleaner in Burbank immigrated here from Iran 17 years ago. He came here, he started a business, his dry cleaning business was doing very well, obviously under the Trump years. But this kind of gets on the government bureaucracy side of things, because he had a green curb that he paid the city every year a fee so that his business, so that his customers could use this 10-minute parking on against the green curb at his storefront or at his street front business. And he said that sometime earlier this year, someone came and parked their car and literally just parked for a while, for hours. And so he said, you know, I see the crime happening here in Burbank. I knew that there probably wasn't anything that they were going to do about it, because if they're not going to do anything about burglarizing businesses, they're certainly not going to do anything about a car parked over the 10-minute limit. But he called Burbank PD just out of curiosity, and they said, sorry, we're not going to do anything. They gave him some excuse like we're understaffed. And he said these are the types of things that will turn business owners in the opposite direction towards someone like Donald Trump, who did in his first administration, and talks about doing it even more, stripping regulations, removing the red tape so that businesses can thrive. And he said these are the little things. He said, I know it's a green curb, it's a 10-minute parking thing. It seems insignificant compared to a lot of what other businesses face, but these are the little things. And you're right, exactly. I mean, it's the mom and pop businesses. And here in Los Angeles, this is a cultural melting pot. There are people here from every single corner of the globe who came to the United States to achieve their American dream. You know, it's the dry cleaner from Iran. It's the corner market from Pakistan. It doesn't matter who it is or where they are from. They came here to achieve something, and they are seeing it slip through their fingers under Democrat policies. And you're exactly right. Democrat policies of today are vastly different from what they were 30 years ago. Brian, I want to ask you, actually, I think we're going to have to take a break, but we do want to thank the Association for Mature American Citizens, AMAC, for sponsoring this broadcast along with others. So we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be back on the other side.
Hey folks, I'm John Rich. Just as wokeness and censorship have subverted the music industry, they've also crushed free expression on social media. Censors have suspended social media users, canceled entire news channels, obliterated online discussion platforms, and even banished a sitting American president from big tech platforms. Well, I'm here to say there's a place for you. A place where patriots can speak freely without fearing some unknown, unseen speech enforcer that wants to shut you down. That place is called Truth Social, a free speech social media platform that hosts breaking news, TV streaming channels, and powerful commentary on all the issues facing our great nation. Break free of big tech and make your voice heard. Join me on an uncancelable platform where I like to debut my songs, and where you can read exclusive commentary from our 45th president, Donald J. Trump. I'll see you on Truth Social, where freedom lives.
Have you put off exploring your Medicare options because it's so confusing? Or maybe you've tried finding the right plan, but keep finding yourself at a dead end. Navigating the Medicare maze can be complicated. That's why it helps to have a trusted partner on your Medicare journey, one who can keep you from making a wrong turn. That's where AMAC comes in. From Medicare Advantage and Medicare supplement plans to prescription drug plans and everything in between, let AMAC's Medicare Advisory Service help to lead you to the plan that's right for you. And their customer care, it's the gold standard. Call now to request your free 2024 Medicare Guide. It's filled with useful information about coverage options, enrollment deadlines, and more. For years, AMAC's Medicare Advisory Service has proudly helped thousands of older Americans with their Medicare needs and obstacles, providing reliable guidance and wide selection of plan options. You could say we're amazing. Still stuck in the Medicare maze? Call AMAC today for your free guide and find your way to the Medicare plan you've been looking for.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the Saturday before the election, and it is also Free Trump Knife Saturday. So freetrumpknife.com is handing out limited edition collectible knives today in honor of today's rally. And we are giving away 250 collectible knives. Just cover the cost of shipping for $10. So add this patriotic knife to your collection and keep America great with this collectible piece. We are spreading Trump's reach and support through this limited time promotion. So give it as a gift. Keep it for yourself. As time passes, more and more Trump-related memorabilia could surge in value. They will run out, so act fast. Head on over to freetrumpknife.com to claim yours today. Support today's Real America's Voice coverage by supporting freetrumpknife.com. All right, I want to bring back in Brian Glenn. He is there on the ground in Salem, Virginia. And Brian, I just saw over on social media a press conference taking place in Minnesota, Somali Democrats endorsing President Trump. And there are a lot of people out there who say, well, that seems weird because you have, these Somali congresswomen who are obviously very Democrat. But listen, when Donald Trump came down that escalator and in 2016 during his campaign, he was talking about this becoming the big tent party, and he meant it. And it seems like regardless of what side of the conflict you're on, whether it is on the Israeli side or, the Palestinian side, whether it's Ukraine or Russia, President Trump has an appeal to every single side as a peacemaker, which we were promised in 2015 and 2016 and 2019 and 2020. That Donald Trump was the president of war, not peace.
Yeah, Amanda, you must have a transmitter installed in my brain. I was just going to talk about the conversation I had with an Uber driver in Las Vegas the other morning, and he picked us up. He had an accent. I always ask where you're from. He told me. He asked why we were in town, and I said, we cover President Trump. He should be our next president of the United States. And he basically just went down the laundry list of reasons why everyone should vote for President Trump. This guy was 81 years old, was driving a taxi. He said he had been in this country for about 20 years, and he loved President Trump. He said President Trump is the only person that can stop this war. Stopping this war doesn't mean continuing to send billions over to Ukraine to fight this war. He said President Trump will talk to Vladimir Putin, and they will reach an agreement, and they will reach a deal with Zelensky, and this war will end as soon as they sit down. President Trump has been talking about that for years, that he will do that. So to your point, I don't think I've ever met an Uber driver, a taxi driver, a restaurant worker, anyone that had immigrated here the right way. They do not like what they see right now. They don't like the illegal immigration. They don't. I use an analogy that if you're at the grocery store and you're at the checkout line and the line is super long and everyone's in the line, we're all trying to scan our groceries and get out, and then all of a sudden a group of 10 people run up to the front and they don't even scan their items. Actually, they just take them and run out the door. You go, wait, that is wrong. Go, get in line with the rest of us. That's what it's basically about. That's what's happening. And so people who immigrated to this country legally are not happy what's going on. Now let's shift, if I can, just for a second. Let's talk about world peace and how important that is. A lot of young voters say they do not want to get involved in some long, lengthy war that does not directly affect the United States. Now, a lot of people, a lot of veterans may be watching me right now, and they say, Brian, that is so disrespectful for you to even say that. Sometimes I would want my kids to join the military right now because I'm not sure I want them to go over and die for the people in Ukraine. That's exactly what would happen. They want to liberate another country. I understand that, but you're not going to do it with our sons and daughters. And a lot of young people, Amanda, they feel very strongly about this, that if Kamala Harris was to be the commander-in-chief, they will get us into another world war where our sons, our daughters, our nephews, our nieces, our brothers, our sisters, all of a sudden are getting shipped to a foreign country to fight to liberate another. That war-mongering business model, that ship has sailed. The American people do no longer want that, and that is resonating amongst people 18 and older.
Is no longer the Republican Party. It's this switch has been quite amazing when it comes to like 1970s style people who focused on health, and they were anti-government and anti-war, and it's just been amazing to see this transition of the Republican Party under Donald Trump. That's the key, because we would still be the same Republican Party if it were not for Donald Trump. And I think that this because of that, because of the war issue alone, you are seeing more people from the left come over to the right than people from the right go over to the left. And, I'm just going to say anecdotally, obviously Los Angeles is a very, very blue place. But I know I can count on one hand the number of Kamala Harris signs that I have seen in yards. And I think it would probably require less than one hand. But my husband saw a guy at our gym wearing a Harris Walls t-shirt. And first of all, the very strange thing about that is that someone who works out, who therefore would have a higher level of testosterone, is wearing a Harris Walls shirt. But I thought to myself, it's a good thing I'm not there, because for those out there who like to send GIFs to people as reactions, if your love language in texting is sending GIFs back and forth, I always picture the Dan Levy face from Schitt's Creek. Whoops. Yeah, it is Schitt's Creek. Okay, I didn't curse. But the face that he makes that's grossed out, he goes, and that's what I think of when I see someone, when I see a man wearing a Harris Walls t-shirt, because, I mean, there is this culture of men like Joe Rogan, like Donald Trump, like Don Jr., like Brian Glenn, versus the culture of liberal men. And it's a very, very stark contrast, Brian.
Yeah, it is. And they've said it before. The Democrat Party is filled with very unhappy women and weak men. And I'm not trying to be mean, but if you look at the visceral that they have,
yeah,
if you've ever been to if you've ever been to a pro-choice rally, and I have been on the Supreme Court, I was covering it after a pro-life rally, it is the most angriest mood and tone. It's demonic, and they're screaming at each other, and they're screaming profanities at the crowd, and I just thought to myself, why are we so unhappy, and why is that unhappiness coming out? And visually, I can look at you and go, I know exactly what's wrong with you. You're unhappy inside. That's why you look like that on the outside. And as far as the weak men goes, what happened to masculinity? There was an attack on masculinity about 10 years ago to basically feminize the American men and tone down. And it goes back to even being, Amanda, the head of the household. I mean, in the Bible, it is a man is the provider, the woman is the nurturer and the comforter of the home. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And I am all about strong women. Independent, strong women is a very attractive thing to me. I like that. I like the fact that a woman can go out there and dominate in her industry, no matter what it is. I think that's what God wants all of us to do. But they don't want men to become more like women, and in the sense that they don't stand up and fight evil. And that's what we have to do right now. And I really think that the Democrats have coddled men so much, and they have, well, they're in the party of transitioning men to women, basically. But you just don't see a very masculine, testosterone and filled man in the gym wearing a Harris t-shirt. It's almost unbelievable. You want to ask them, and I had this conversation with a close friend of mine today. I said, if you were a Democrat, give me 5 reasons why you want to vote for Kamala Harris. And a couple ones that we could point out was A, abortion. They want abortion up to the time of birth. They think abortion is health care. It's birth care is what it is. It's murder is what it is. That's it. Other than that, they want equal pay for everyone. If they don't want equal opportunity, they want equal outcome. That's called socialism. That's communism. Like, I can't understand why this guy that was in the gym wearing the Kamala Harris t-shirt. I would love to have a conversation with him, because I could guarantee you one thing. The only thing he's saying right now is, I'm voting for Kamala Harris because it's a vote against President Trump, and he'll go down the laundry list of lies. He's a racist. He's homophobic. He's xenophobic. He wants to control women's bodies. He wants to do all these. He's a threat to democracy. I mean, those are the laundry list of things they say, but they don't have any policy. And it's interesting, Amanda. I think the reason why you're seeing Kamala Harris struggle so much right now is they ran on the stop Trump, stop Trump, stop Trumps for so long. They ran out of actual policy talking points of like what they can actually provide for the American people. And so they can speak in all of these different tones, and they can sit there and really demean President Trump 3 ways from Sunday. But the American people have problems right now, and they want answers, and they simply do not have them. That's why you don't see her going on talk shows that are going to ask her substance questions that require more than a comedic laugh or a slap on the knee and this is what we're doing and this is why you should hate Trump. They want answers, and they're not getting them. That's why she's polling so low, and Trump is killing it right now. But let's make men great again. Let's keep women great again. Let's turn this country around.
Well, listen, you and my husband are much more gracious than I am. Better you running into that guy than me, because I would have a visceral and visual reaction. I have absolutely zero poker face, so it would be much better you. But Brian, on the other side of things for females, I mean, we all remember that study that came out, I think it was late 2022, maybe 2023, that found that the overwhelming majority, an astronomical percentage of women who are clinically treated for depression and anxiety identify as liberals or progressives. So, you know, it happens on both sides of things. All right, I am hearing that we have Terrence Bates, one of my favorite folks at this network, over in Denver, who's going to be taking over coverage for me. Terrence, it is great to see your smiling face, my friend.
Good to see you, Brian. Good to see you. Before you leave, though, can we get back to this whole creek thing? You were talking about people going up and down creeks a little while ago. You had me at the creek, or I'm sorry, as they say in Alabama, the crick.
No, we say creek. But for those who watch,
okay.
Schitt's Creek, the TV show, there was a character that was played by the actor Dan Levy, and there is a GIF. If you type in on your GIF generator, "ooh," this one GIF is going to come up, and it's Dan Levy from that show doing this. And that's exactly what I think when I see a man wearing a Harris Walls t-shirt.
Ah, okay. See, the things you learn. See, context
Again, I have
is
no
everything.
poker face. Yeah.
I get it. Context is everything. I just joined and I heard you talking about this creek, and I was like, oh, what did I just enter? So good to see you, Amanda. Always a pleasure. Thank you for holding the fort down.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand it off to you, gentlemen. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Brian, good afternoon. How are you, my friend?
T. Bates, I am excellent. I'm in Salem, Virginia right now, waiting for President Trump.
So look, let's talk about Virginia. Let's just get right into it, because I have to admit, and I've been talking about this for the past couple of days when I heard President Trump was coming to Virginia. It's not a battleground state. It might be in play. It might not be. Obviously, the Trump campaign thinks that there's an opportunity here. So tell me about the decision, or what you're hearing from the campaign, to come to Virginia. All states matter. All states matter. But it's an interesting decision. Let's just be honest about it.
It is. Well, I mean, you've got a Republican governor, Governor Glenn Youngkin, pulled off a great win back when he ran, and so that was what was thought to be impossible. People right outside the Roanoke area. Now, Roanoke, from what I understand, in this immediate area is fairly liberal. So, but when you get out these other counties amongst the Commonwealth of Virginia, it does get very much conservative and red. But hey, Terrence, why not at this point in the game? We got, 3 days left? Stop in Virginia. If we pull up an upset here and we are able to take Virginia, that just makes this pathway to the White House a little easier. And if we take New Mexico, why not? I mean, we've got a campaign there, and I think he's campaigning hard in North Carolina to secure that up. And of course, I think Georgia's looking good. The only state that I'm just right now, Terrence, just kind of scratching my head out is the Michigan. I feel good about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. If we can pull off the Michigan or Pennsylvania, I think we're good. Arizona, I feel good about. I feel good about Arizona as well. And Gruber, David Zier said he felt good about New York, and Elise Stefanik feels good about New York. Now that would be amazing. And if you look at, perhaps if you can't take the state, if you get New Yorkers, and I think what we saw at Madison Square Garden is a great example of that. If you up your percentage of people in a big city like New York, that helps you on the overall popular vote as well. So why not? I want to win the Electoral College, and I want to win the popular vote. I think it's possible.
309 South Washington Street in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Give them a call at 701-258-6308.
The team of mechanics at Lauer Auto can take care of any problem your vehicle is having. And when you do business with Lauer, you can be assured you're doing business with a pro Second Amendment America First repair shop. There are plenty of other auto repair shops in the Bismarck-Mandan area. But why take a chance at patronizing a shop that might not have your beliefs at heart? Make no mistake. Lauer Auto is your pro Second Amendment repair shop. When you talk to the guys at Lauer Auto, don't forget to tell them that you heard they are a sponsor of Guns and the 701 and that you appreciate their support of our pro Second Amendment, pro North Dakota live stream and podcast. That's Lauer Auto Repair, 701-258-6308.
701-258-6308.
Located 309 South Washington Street in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Experience the exhilaration of power in your hands at Bloodline Kinetics. Why Cerakote? Simply, it aids in firearm preservation while also giving your piece a unique look. Barrel threading, NFA laser engraving, bolt handle threading, mount, level, and bore, sight scope chamber, rebarreling, and much more. Bloodline Kinetics is meant to reflect a long American lineage in gun ownership, who stand for the Second Amendment rights, Bloodline, and the science behind gun accuracy. Kinetics. To some, it's just a constitutional right that can go away. To us, it's in our American bloodline, and we believe it should stay that way. Here at Bloodline Kinetics, we understand that hunters, sportsmen, women, and gun owners should have a quality firearm. Stop and see us at 2008 Morrison Avenue 2 in Bismarck, North Dakota, 58504, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 701-390-7997. Visit our website, bloodlinekinetics.com.
Ever tried catching a fish with your bare hands or hunting a deer with a stick? Don't be that guy. At Mandan Sporting Goods, we've got all the hunting and camping gear you need. We're your one-stop shop for outdoor adventure.
A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Check us out at mandansportinggoods.com, or better yet, stop in to 210 East Main Street, Mandan, North Dakota. Mandan Sporting Goods, where the outdoors meets functionality. Store hours, Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Closed Sunday. Take up arms at Mandan Sporting Goods. Your adventure starts here.
Looking for the best gun gear for every and any situation? Little Angry Man Arms LLC has you covered. Top-notch guns from top-name brands like Winchester, Glock, Sig Sauer, and Ruger to essential extras from Magpul, Streamlight, Hollow, Sun Optics, and more. Little Angry Man Arms LLC have everything to make your shooting adventures a success. Visit littleangrymanarms.com today and gear up for your next big hunt, competition, or home defense. Don't miss out on our exclusive deals. Little Angry Man Arms LLC, based in Trail City, South Dakota, your ultimate hunting partner.
Yeah, hey, look, I got the moves like Michael, the flow like Aubrey, walk around thinking I'm a prince like Saudi. Mismatched Converse, t-shirts tucked in, know my worth, can't tell me nothing. White Nikes, albino, can cop my stilo, head to the top, bottom line is a motto.
To get to where we are right now with President Trump, and I do not want to see us lose it with weak leaders in Congress, and that's what I'm trying to avoid here. But by all means, vote for everyone. Let me step aside. I want Luke to kind of show this the facility real quickly. I'll step aside. Sure. We are at. And it's a civic center here in Salem. It is, I would say it's at capacity. I'm pretty sure they locked the doors and not letting anybody else in. They do have a massive screen outside that will show the rally, because there's probably 3 times the amount of people outside than there is inside. It was massive. When we pulled up, I thought to myself, okay, a lot of these people are not getting inside. But it's a civic center. They got it set up pretty much the traditional setup with an end zone type situation versus in the middle, more of a UFC round situation. So this is a traditional setup. From what I've been told from the Trump team, that his speech, they will try to be around an hour. He spoke for about an hour and 28 minutes there in North Carolina, he was about an hour delayed going on stage, which if you just do the math, and you just doing, a little bit of organizational here, if he was scheduled to speak around 4 o'clock. It's 4:30 now. I anticipate him coming on probably around 5:15 or so, is what I would guess. But hey, I'm going to wait for official guidance from the Trump team. But when he does get here, Terrence, he's got a lot of people in the state of Virginia that are supporting him and are hoping that once again make Virginia great again, Terrence.
Absolutely. Brian Glenn reporting on the ground in Salem, Virginia. As you can see, spirited folks out there in Salem waiting for President Trump to arrive and speak. We, of course, will carry that speech for you live right here on Real America's Voice. We're going to let Brian catch his breath. He's been super busy today. We're also going to pay some bills here because there's a lot at stake in this upcoming election. Regardless of who is sitting in the White House, though, the fuse on the economy has already been lit. Obviously, even if you are going to vote for someone who is not a Republican, you're going to probably deal with some serious issues. And the Birch Gold Group is really here to try to help you out in terms of saving your money and making sure that your money goes a long way. You can always get more information about investing in gold simply by texting the word America to the number 989898. Again, that's texting the word America to the number 989898. You can get all the information you need from the Birch Gold Group simply by doing that, and they will really help you diversify your savings. It's something you may want to consider. All right, we're going to take a quick break, again, and then we'll get you back out to Salem, Virginia as we prepare to hear from President Trump.
I'm from the Athlete's Foot Bandit.
Brother, hey, can you get my demo tape to somebody?
Lauer Auto Repair, located at 309 South Washington Street in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Give them a call at 701-258-6308.
The team of mechanics at Lauer Auto can take care of any problem your vehicle is having. And when you do business with Lauer, you can be assured you're doing business with a pro Second Amendment America First repair shop. There are plenty of other auto repair shops in the Bismarck-Mandan area. But why take a chance at patronizing a shop that might not have your beliefs at heart? Make no mistake. Lauer Auto is your pro Second Amendment repair shop. When you talk to the guys at Lauer Auto, don't forget to tell them that you heard they are a sponsor of Guns and the 701 and that you appreciate their support of our pro Second Amendment, pro North Dakota live stream and podcast. That's Lauer Auto Repair, 701-258-6308.
701-258-6308.
Located 309 South Washington Street in Bismarck, North Dakota.
Experience the exhilaration of power in your hands at Bloodline Kinetics. Why Cerakote? Simply, it aids in firearm preservation while also giving your piece a unique look. Barrel threading, NFA laser engraving, bolt handle threading, mount, level, and bore, sight scope chamber rebarreling, and much more. Bloodline Kinetics is meant to reflect a long American lineage in gun ownership, who stand for the Second Amendment rights, Bloodline, and the science behind gun accuracy, Kinetics. To some, it's just a constitutional right that can go away. To us, it's in our American bloodline, and we believe it should stay that way. Here at Bloodline Kinetics, we understand that hunters, sportsmen, women, and gun owners should have a quality firearm. Stop and see us at 2008 Morrison Avenue 2 in Bismarck, North Dakota, 58504, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 701-390-7997. Visit our website, bloodlinekinetics.com.
Yeah, we, of course, have coverage and live reporters out there in Salem, but it's been a very busy day for President Trump. He started things off in Gastonia, North Carolina, left there, is now en route to Salem, where he'll speak here in short order. After Salem, he will then return to North Carolina for another rally that is set for Greensboro, North Carolina. So a busy day for President Trump as he prepares for Election Day, which, of course, is now just a few days away on Tuesdays, when people in Virginia and across the country will go to the ballot box and select the country's next president. Our Brian Glenn is on the ground there in Salem, Virginia, preparing to hear from President Trump. I get mixed up, Brian. I'm sure you probably get mixed up because President Trump has been so busy, and you're following him everywhere he goes. So I'm just going to give you, from my days as a performer, actually I never was, but never say, hello, Salem. Just be like, hello, everyone, because it would be my luck and yours probably as well. You'd be like, hello, North Carolina. Oh, no, this is Virginia. This is Virginia. So set the stage for us really quickly, if you don't mind, Brian. Where are you there in Salem, and what's kind of the atmosphere as everyone there is waiting to hear from President Trump?
At this point, I couldn't even tell you the last 3 states I was in. Salem is just west of Roanoke. We're just west of Roanoke. It's just a suburb there, just really about 12 miles away from the city of Roanoke, Virginia. Beautiful part of the state, the western part of the state, if you will. It's what you would consider to be it's a civic center, about a 6,500 seat plus venue. We've got a lot of people outside. There's a Jumbotron outside as well. But Virginia, and we talked about this in the last play, I really think that this could be a surprise win for President Trump. And maybe not that much of a surprise at this point. I would say if a state flipped the Trump, I would just say that's about right at this point. People got it right there. There's some challenges. All of a sudden, Minnesota, we know, is probably not a go on that. Oregon, Washington State, California. But other than that, I'm really looking for a great day on Tuesday. Some of the things that we were talking to people as we were preparing for the live show earlier today about what's on their mind. Why are they here? Why are they voting for President Trump? It still remains the economy. Now, obviously, immigration is a concern for everyone. But at the end of the day, the food prices haven't gone down. Gas prices have not gone down. And I don't care what kind of job report they come out with, and they inflate these job report numbers. That is not good. People are not optimistic. Now, if I take just a second to talk about, there's an index that basically surveys small business owners. These are people that typically have less than 5,000 employees, even though I think that's a pretty large business. But small business owners say, look, are you optimistic about the next calendar year, the next business year? And the index for that is very low. I think it's around the low 40s, if I'm not mistaken. That is because if you own a company, you know that if Kamala Harris gets in charge, your expansion will probably be limited. Your growth as far as what you're going to hire will probably be not as many people as you need. You may have to work on a smaller staff, and you're going to pay more taxes. And that has been the truth. So the small business outlook for this country is very much they're leaning on President Trump. If you watch CNBC for any amount of time, and I will give Fox Business credit, CNBC to a certain extent. If you look at the financial markets and you get people that look at numbers, they don't look at opinions, they don't look at feelings, they look at numbers, production, real stuff, the money, the way the money moves. They'll tell you that yes, the stock market has done phenomenally well in the last couple years. It took advantage of what Trump basically built up. But if you look at what the optimism is, after we've had 3 years of Kamala Harris, we've had unemployment, we've had high taxes, we have business closures, it is not positive. And Wall Street is leaning on Trump to basically come in and make sure that we don't go into a recession that we've never seen before. And President Trump often talks about it's not going to be a recession. I think it's going to be a depression is what we'll go into. We've skipped over socialism. We're now going straight to communism at this point. So, you could drive around any small business in America, whether or not it be Roanoke or Riverside, California, or New York City. They are very cautious right now going into this next year. They don't know what to expect. They don't know about the growth. They don't know about the taxes. There's a lot of tax code. I want to, if I could touch on that just for a second. Whoever controls the House in January of next year writes the tax codes. So right now, the Trump tax code is set to expire January 2025. So if Democrats get in office, despite what Kamala Harris will tell you on her ads, she is not going to lower taxes for the middle class. She is not going to lower taxes for the ones that should pay their fair share. I don't know what percentage or what number is not high enough for them. It's not high enough. They'll go as high as the American people will tolerate it. But that's what's so important that we look into next year, Terrence. And if you own a small business, if you own any company at all, you are not pulling for Kamala Harris to win this election. That is a fact. So maybe small businesses of America will rise up and save us at the ballot box come Tuesday.
And we know that President Trump can talk to those small business owners in a very nuanced way, not a general way. He can really talk about some of the nuances of owning a small business and of doing business in this country and bring them, hopefully, a little bit of relief. I'm curious, Brian, if you've seen any lawmakers there who are coming not just to support Trump, but also hoping to speak on the stage. The one person that comes to my mind is Hung Cao. He is a Republican running for Congress there in Virginia, in Northern Virginia. He's in a tight congressional race. Are you expecting people like him to maybe take the stage in advance of President Trump today, trying to get on his coattail, let's just be honest, and ride that wave into office?
Yeah, well, he actually did speak a little earlier. Their pre-show started fairly early, but he did speak, and he got an amazing reception from people here. They love him. John McGuire took a seat away from Bob Good in the primary earlier this year, so that seat is going to flip to McGuire, given that he wins the general election, which I think he will. So we've got Glenn Youngkin spoke, obviously a fan favorite here as well. But I think if we can continue to kind of get that down ballot, that like you said, the coattails of this MAGA movement, I think that some of these down ballot races, not just here in Virginia, but all over the country, look pretty good. If you look at Texas just for a second, we can talk about Ted Cruz and Colin Allred. If you look on social media, they'll make you think that race is neck and neck. It's not. Senator Cruz will win that maybe by double digits, I predict. But you do have some other races down in Florida, even a few that are very highly contested. So I'm going to say it until I'm blue in the face. Get out and vote down ballot. We got to keep the House. Can you imagine, Terrence, if we've got Trump in office, we got the House and the Senate, and the movement behind these people right here? These people are fired up for change, real change. If they do that, I think we have a chance. All right, let's see what we can. I'm not sure what we're cheering about. Just a hype guy coming up, getting the crowd fired up. Just going to recheck the calendar here. He was set to speak at around 4 o'clock. It's now 4:42, so they're probably getting a little antsy. They've been in line for a while, and imagine they're ready to get this thing going with this rally. And like you said, when he leaves here, he goes back to North Carolina where to hold another rally there in Greensboro. So he's definitely burning up the Mid-Atlantic here the last final 2-3 days of the campaign.
Well, Brian, I have to admit, I love this song, Jump by Van Halen. So when the song came on, I kind of got excited too, much like the crowd there did behind you. As we prepare to hear from President Trump, one of the things that strikes me, Brian, is that right now, these last few days before the election, yes, it's about winning over anybody that may be undecided, making sure to get out the vote. But this strikes me also, Brian, as a unity tour, bringing the Republican Party together and planning to move forward beyond November 5th, having won the House, having won the Senate, and having won the White House.
That's a great point, Terrence. I'm so glad you brought that up. Unity is so important right now. You know, at one point it used to be MAGA versus the establishment, the Republican, I would call them the country club Republican. The same Republicans that have kind of got us into the situation that we're at, they never fought back. They never pushed back on anything. So, you know, and yes, there is still a sense of cleaning out the Republican Party to a certain extent and moving forward with this America First movement and with, I would consider, a MAGA Republican. So we do have that here. but I do sense a very unified Republican Party. We saw it at the RNC. We see it at rallies. You see people come out and support President Trump. You see a lot of it on social media. That might just making sure we didn't have anything happening behind me. We see a sense of everyone's coming together because we know that we have to win come November. I have no idea why they're playing the music that loud.
It's a great song, Brian.
Can we lower the volume a little? Yeah, bring it down.
Listen to the guitar riff, Brian. It's a great guitar riff.
I agree. Alex Van Halen and Eddie Van Halen are great musicians. But is Van Halen in the building at this point? I'm thinking maybe a concert came back. I don't know. I'm looking at the audio guy and I'm going, what are you doing? Like 1982 here.
Hey, Brian, look, we're going to take a quick break. Hopefully, we'll let you enjoy the rest of this song, and hopefully he'll turn it down so when we come back, we can talk a little bit more, because I do want to talk about unity in the Republican Party, particularly unity in the U.S. House. So we'll talk with Brian after this quick break when we do that. By the way, folks, we are in a pivotal election year. 2024 is a battle for the soul of America. And if you're fed up with what America is right now, we can really help you out. Patriot Mobile is the country's only Christian wireless provider, and you can really call them to get all the information that you would want, particularly if you're looking at changing your mobile provider. Patriot Mobile, again, the information is there on your screen, patriotmobile.com/save USA. You can go there and get the information you need. You can also call 972-PATRIOT in order to get more information if you'd like to sign up, if you'd like to switch your provider. Patriot Mobile may be someone that you want to consider. They're one of those companies that is just like you. They're a conservative company, and they have the same values as you. So again, patriotmobile.com/save USA, or you can call 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-PATRIOT. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you back out to Salem, Virginia, as we wait to hear from President Donald Trump, who we are hearing is en route to Salem as we speak.
In the wake of the attempted assassination of former President Donald Trump, a powerful message has emerged. Fight and unite. How do you answer this call? By joining AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. AMAC is more than just an organization. It's a movement. By becoming a member, you unite with over 2.1 million American patriots committed to defending our values and freedoms. AMAC listens to its members and fights every day to hold our leaders accountable and pass common sense legislation. The larger our membership, the greater our influence. As a member, you'll gain access to exclusive money-saving discounts and a subscription to the award-winning AMAC magazine, packed with valuable insights. Join the movement of concerned citizens uniting under the AMAC banner to fight for the values that make our nation great. Visit AMAC today to learn more and become a part of something bigger.
Open borders, catastrophic inflation, humiliation overseas, the dismantling of our Constitution. Kamala Harris threatens to plunge the United States into complete darkness if you and I fail to act. The greatest country to ever exist could become just another historical footnote. Donald Trump is the only one standing in the way of the most radical anti-American administration in history. He needs to win, and Turning Point PAC is stepping up to make sure it happens. We're deploying thousands of trained ballot chasers in swing states like Georgia, Arizona, and Wisconsin. But we need your help to secure victory. President Trump fell just 42,000 ballots shy of winning in 2020, and your donation could be the very difference between victory and defeat. Play your part in this historic election, support President Trump, and save America by donating to Turning Point PAC. Go to tprav.com and make a gift of any amount and receive a copy of my new book, Right Wing Revolution, for free. Go to tprav.com right now to make your gift and receive a copy of my newest book. That's tprav.com. Thank you.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice special coverage of President Trump's Make America Great Again rally happening in Salem, Virginia. We're expecting that he'll touch down here in short order, and we, of course, will carry that speech live. After speaking in Salem, President Trump will be heading back to North Carolina, this time to Greensboro, North Carolina. That's where our Ben Berkram is right now, preparing for President Trump's arrival there. It has been a busy day for President Trump, Ben, there in North Carolina. He spoke earlier in North Carolina, headed to Virginia, and then coming back your way to Greensboro.
Yeah, well, there's no question about it. President Trump has more energy than anybody I know in politics. We're here at the Greensboro Convention Center. I just want to show you, you've got the lines coming in. You can see back in the distance, the lines wrap around and around and around. There's, I don't know, thousands of people out that way. If you turn the camera, we'll turn over to the Coliseum, just how long the line goes up to the building, all the way up there to the Coliseum. So going to be a great attendance here as well. And as people are walking up, I just want to ask you guys a question as we bring this back around. Raise your hand if this is your first Trump rally. I want to see hands. First Trump rally, raise your hands. First ones, raise your hands if it's your first Trump rally. First rally, amazing. So this is what we're seeing. Now, how many of you guys have voted? Voted. Okay, all right, everyone here. How many of you are going to vote? Okay, we got one. So most of you have already voted. When they're 18. Now, these young kids over here, when they're 18, they said they're not Democrats, so they don't vote early. But God bless you guys.
Hi, what if you voted for Kamala? Does it still count?
Hey, it counts. It counts. Yeah, but you might be in the wrong rally. That's all I'm saying. But if you love Jesus, you're at the right one. All right, she has to vote. Hey, God bless you. As long as you vote, that's the main thing. So they're pumped out here, Terrence. We're going to be inside there. President Trump. I can't believe it. I know Brian, you and I travel around. You travel more than I do. And I'm exhausted. I look at what President Trump does, and it's superhuman to me. I really don't understand it. But they're pumped to be out here. We're starting to line up. They're going in. We're going to be live at 7:30 is the plan. That's what time President Trump is expected to speak, and we will go from there.
All right, Ben Berkram reporting on the ground there in Greensboro, North Carolina. It is President Trump's next stop, but first, he's going to be in Virginia, Salem, Virginia, and we've got our Brian Glenn on the ground there in Salem, Virginia. Let's see if we can't check back in with him to get a quick look at how things are shaping up there. We're hearing President Trump running behind a little bit, but then again, he's the president. He shows up when he wants to show up, and he was scheduled to speak about 4 o'clock local time. It's a little bit after that, but we're hearing that President Trump is en route and should be arriving shortly. Do we have, okay, we don't have Brian there, but I can tell you that things are really starting to fill up. President Trump at the Salem Civic Center, we're hearing it's about 6,000 people or so, that facility holds about 6,000 people and is jam-packed. Brian also tells us that there are people outside that facility and they've put up some big screens outside, so we shall see. Ben is still there in Greensboro, so let's go back to Ben here really quickly to wrap things up. I know you're short on time, Ben, but obviously it seems like there's a lot of excitement there in Greensboro. Put into perspective for us just how important North Carolina is. Yes, we've heard it's a swing state. We've heard it's critical. But what you're hearing from the folks there on the ground, how important is North Carolina to winning the White House?
Well, they talk about the blue wall up in Minnesota, Michigan, and Pennsylvania for the Democrats. North Carolina is really the red wall. If you don't get, it's really North Carolina and Georgia. Those are really the pivotal states. It used to be Arizona. It was kind of that lower southern states that were really expected for Republicans. And since 2020, 2022, we've seen some erosion of that. And, you know, from my experience, from what I've seen, mainly led by election fraud, but also there's, you know, you've got some movement, some political movement. So this is really the state. I feel confident in President Trump winning. Most of the people that are coming up today feel confident President Trump's winning North Carolina. It's one of those nice ones where you hopefully don't have to spend too much time. But one of the good signs was when Kamala Harris pulled out, I think it was around $2 million from ad campaigns here, showing that I don't think she plans to win North Carolina. But it's a must win for President Trump.
All right, Ben Berkram, we appreciate it. Thanks so much for your coverage. And Ben, we're going to be spending much of the evening together, so get some rest, my friend. I'll see you here in just a little bit.
Sounds good. Thank you, Terrence.
All right, let's get back to Brian Glenn. I was saying earlier that he's in Salem, and you've got a guest there with you. Brian, go ahead.
Well, our next guest was one of the openers there at Madison Square Garden. David Rim joining me now on the pre-show here. We got about 2 minutes Real quickly, you talked about Fred Trump and how he paid your tuition when you were a kid, when your father died. When you left, you got from family, friends, and supporters.
Oh, the reception was unbelievable, and actually about 15 of the speakers came up to me. It was unbelievable, like Matt Gaetz, Bruce Blakeman, Sid Rosenberg, and many others, about 15, and said, David, you crushed it, you killed it, you knocked it out of the park. When I went outside in the street, in front of, there was still thousands of people in the street. They were like, oh my God, that was the best speech up until you spoke, David. That you made the crowd go wildest. I mean, yes, Hulk Hogan and Tucker, those came after, but up until I spoke, they said nobody made the crowd roar like you did. And I was very nervous. I thought I was going to faint, actually.
I was going to say, what was that walk up like?
Oh, that walk up, when I had to go up those 3 steps, I thought I was going to fall.
Your knees get a little weak there?
They got a lot of weak. I never spoke in front of 20,000 people, but it was amazing. It was beautiful, and I want to thank Donald Trump for making that happen. I thank you, President. I love you.
Well, real quickly, before we wrap up, New York, they talk about New York's in play. In your humble opinion, best judgment, can New York vote flip to President Trump?
Absolutely. It's doable. I don't say it's a guarantee, but it's doable. But where is a guarantee is Pennsylvania. He's going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's all over. And it's my humble prediction, he's going to get the electoral college votes, but the popular vote, 57-43, and I would say 70-30, but they're cheating.
What was the voting experience like when you went to the polls? Were there lines, a lot of people? Walk me through that real quickly. What was it like in New York City voting?
Yeah, there was a lot of lines, long lines. It seems to be going, the process seemed to be going smoothly, though. Other places I saw they're burning ballots. They're telling people the machines are closed. They're closed early. But in New York so far, I haven't seen that.
David, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, sir. Terrence, we love you too.
Real voice here. Real news, not fake news. No fake news.
Be nice now.
I'm wearing my sanitation department. This is my uniform because I'm garbage. I was told I'm garbage. But just because I pick up garbage every day for a living, that puts my daughter in Harvard, pays for her tuition. So don't call me garbage. That's not nice.
Terrence.
Authentic. That's real right there. That's real. Brian, I think you're getting dinner too. This is a good segment for you. Getting dinner, you got an emotional interview. You're winning right now. All right, Brian, we're going to let you take a... Go ahead.
We can get Trump on stage, we're winning. Get him on stage, we're winning.
Absolutely. Fair enough. Look, Brian, take a quick break. We'll get back to you here in just a little bit. By the way, folks, it is Free Trump Knife Saturday, everyone. FreeTrumpKnife.com is handing out limited edition collectible knives today.
All right, everybody. Hey, hope you've been enjoying our coverage here. We've been doing a little test on our equipment, essentially, so we can broadcast live on Tuesday from Kelly Armstrong's headquarters up there in Bismarck, North Dakota. We want to see how long we can go. Looks like we got that up and running. We're going to tune out right now. Hope you enjoyed it. We might come on a little bit later. We shall see. But this was more of a test, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. We actually had pretty good numbers watching them. So, everybody, again, thank you very much for joining us. Hope you enjoyed the coverage, and we will chat soon. Thank you very much. Keep your powder dry. This is it. This is the big election we all got going on, and this could be the end, or it could be the beginning. Anyway. Have a great weekend. Go out and vote. I can't say it enough. Get out there and do it. And let's put President Trump back in